Howdy, fellas. Finally got it going. Oh man, I think that was a pretty good show earlier today, if I do say so myself, actually. I mean, it was as good as I hoped it was going to be. You know, it really does bother me, and it says a lot about our country that we're left to figure this stuff out on our own. I mean, it should be criminal what is being done to us, or it's like we don't even really realize what's happening to us. And it's not until I started to really I've been getting a much better perspective on all of this all of a sudden. And the world is starting to separate, to me, it's starting to separate between like governments. They're almost like little fiefdoms. They're little fiefdoms. And they're just plantations instead of the Lord of Cheshire. It's the United States. I mean, it's like basically we're in a world of corporations, and the government is just another corporation. And their product or they have a herd of cattle. They pretty much have a herd of cattle, and they fight and have tizzies between each other and duke it out. But it mainly, we're just rule. This is obviously how they see us too, or they wouldn't do the things that they do. But I mean, the whole world, it's starting. I'm starting to notice patterns because the world, it's just like a bunch of corporations. These governments, they're to think of them the way that I thought of them naturally, organically, is all wrong. Each country is like a fiefdom. It's like a herd of cattle, and the government in charge, they're the shepherd. And with a democracy, you just trade up shepherds every 4 years, but you have basically a shepherd class. And that's how every country is. It's just a herd of people with a ruling class that taxes them, that takes them to war. And it's disgusting, first of all. But I guess it's just the natural way things go. I don't think we really have much of a choice. And it's people, they're like, oh, the alternative is communism. Not really. The alternative is like feudalism, like real feudalism, where you're just a fucking serf, you're a slave, and there's no pretense about it. There's no, oh, oh, your government's gonna fight for you and this that. No, I don't think that's not how, at least that's not how our shit, it doesn't go that way now. But a lot of it is just pretenses, because I think humans really care about pretenses matter. And they don't say outright that they're our lords or the ruling class, because it doesn't play well. Man, what the fuck is up with this internet connection? Seriously? Some bullshit, man. Second. This really pisses me off. How can hmm, I don't even, all the everything's plugged in right? I don't know what the hell's I'm just it's kind of laggy right this second. I don't know why. Earlier today I got fucking shit went out on me. I had to restart, put it. Anyway, these yeah, we're just separated. There's no two ways about it either. A society separates off into the two. We don't have a choice about that. I mean, it's like no matter what we do, that's going to be it in the end. It's just like, what's the disparity? How much of a difference is there between the herd and the rulers, the shepherds? If the difference really isn't that much, well, it's like, well, who really gives a shit? They have the responsibility of running this shit show, which they do. Mm, God damn it. 1 second. Man, some bullshit. How about you still hear? Or is it the same? Or wait a second. I don't know why, but my normal mic, it's for some reason it's not, it wasn't working. I had to. Uh, no. You said maybe I just didn't have it close enough. This seems like it would be okay. It should be okay. Yeah, we're separated into two classes, whether we like it or not. You know, it's just the disparity. And really, the reason, the whole idea of capitalism, son of a bitch. Oh my goodness. Huh, Jesus. Anyway. God damn it. Oh. Yeah, we're split off into two, whether we like it or not, you know, and that's just the way it's going to be. You know, the disparity is the only difference, and they make sure not to be dickheads about it. And the whole point of capitalism is, you know, we had feudalism, and that's a really stable form of government, extremely stable form of government. You know, feudalism that will go on forever in Japan and in Europe and China too. The feudalism was the that's the medieval period. Everything between modernity and the Roman Empire is feudalism. You know, where you have a lord and everybody works for the lord. And I mean, it really is kind of a shitty existence. And you could buy your freedom, and that's sort of how it is now. You buy your freedom. That's what being rich is. You make enough money so that you haven't the need to work for you know, you don't have to spend your entire life working. That's the whole point of saving. And they called them yeomen. You were a yeoman if you saved up and bought your freedom basically. And they also had like merchants, you know, but either way, we're ruled by an elite, and they're not like individual rulers really. And I mean, that's democracy. We swap them out, but no matter what, they're a ruling class. They send their kids to the best schools. You got to go to Harvard if you want to be a politician. You know what I mean? There's certainly a pipeline for it, and they certainly make sure to keep that cushioned to make sure that they stay in power. And that's how every country is. We're all just a herd with a little group of shepherds they're parasites basically, but they are the cleverest amongst us, typically, at least in the modernity. We hope so. They're the most clever, and they do take advantage of their situation, though. But like in America, it's starting to me, it's very obvious. You know, they attacked us with communism for a long time, and they were able to take down Russia and all kinds of other countries, you know, rural, shitty countries. They never could convince Americans, though. That's something that they could never sell. They just couldn't make it work. So they couldn't get in the front door through collectivism and communism. So they came in the back door with race and culture. And oh, you're a racist. Oh, you're an anti-Semite. And that's how they beat us. That's literally how they got us to shut up and sit still. And I was talking about it earlier that whether we like it or not, like Israel, people, oh, you know, why do we have such allegiance to this separate country, this other country, you know? And you know, the news to me, it sucks to know this, but Israel is most certainly ours. It's a part of America, whether we like it or not. It's just the front, the forward facing, the public facing outpost of American elites. Because we're like I was saying earlier, our ruling class is Jewish. You know, I don't think any of you guys are even gonna, you know, make a fuss about that. You guys know what the deal is. And if it isn't, it damn sure is close to it. And they make up with that with their lobby and their billionaires greasing the wheels. Yeah, our ruling class is like, we're being ruled by these people, whether we like it or not. They're like the majority of academia. They make up all, they don't, they're never the president, but since when does that matter? And Israel is their pet project. That's what Israel is, my dudes. That is our ruling elite's pet project. And it seems like the tail wagging the dog, but if you think of it like this, our elites have a stake in Israel. It's what they use to do their dirty work. What they would have probably just done with using the US government, and they can't really get away with that anymore. So they just went through Israel. That's why they don't have to register as register as foreign agents. That's why they have a nuclear program that our government just for some reason nobody the first time anybody ever legitimized them having a nuclear program was the other day when somebody said, I shudder to think of the idea of what Israel's going to try to do with a nuke. Yeah, that was the first time. This is like a few days ago, the first time any official of our government ever made mention of it, have ever even acknowledged that it existed. And Netanyahu was born in Pennsylvania. It's obvious that there's something more there. It's not just a separate country. That's not it. Or all this shit wouldn't have went down. This whole Iran war was a gambit. What's up, Brand? This whole Iran war thing was a gambit because if we pushed, Iran and China and Russia and the BRICS nations, they're as thick as thieves, and they've been slowly and when it was sparingly when it was convenient have been building up their own bank infrastructure to go around the petrodollar. That's what they're doing. And everybody's asking me, oh, saying I didn't even get to China yet. And what's China doing? Oh, China's just watching. They're just watching. They're taking down every observation, every little bit of data that they can find. When they see two drones, two new drones, or two drones that have never fought each other, oh, they're watching. I'm talking even like two drones. They have satellites on that shit, and they're watching because that one, did you see that one had the advantage there. It's this, they're going to be discerning, figuring out what, what's the good technology going forward, what America has when it comes to drones and missiles and stuff. They're taking all this shit down, man. They're just sitting pretty. They're chilling, bro. They're chilling, and they're getting the jump on us. I could tell you that much. They're getting the jump on us, bro. So is Russia. They're all just watching and thinking, geez, we're going to pick these sons of bitches apart. We're already practically a paper tiger, and we're showing them we don't know anything about their capabilities. Nothing. And Taiwan, all they have to do is wait us out. Like I said earlier today, we had 2% growth last year GDP. They had 5%. The jury is in. They win. You know, it sucks. I mean, we're just going to have to get used to it. We're going to be second fiddle probably in our lifetimes. And, oh well, as far as it's a lot of responsibility we don't have to have anymore. Although, life is going to change, but who knows, what's going to happen. But this certainly isn't, this isn't going to be our golden age. That's for sure. I don't think Putin necessarily is either. But they're all against us. And they're all kind of teamed up, and Iran they had their foot in the door. Iran is the only oil producing GCC company that isn't in America's back pocket. They're the only one, my dudes. And the everybody else on the planet that's ready to move on from America has joined that team, that brick shit. Every single country, they've all Brazil, India, they've all joined together, and Iran was their ticket into the Middle East. So I guess they convinced Trump that he could go for broke, roll the iron dice, as Nick says, and that we would beat Iran, and then we would have the Middle East sewed up. We would own the Middle East. That would be it. And it would be settled at least for a few more years. It would be settled that was our territory when if we had somebody in Iran too. But instead, Iran has been waiting for our ass. They've been waiting for us. you know, and we got screwed. We ended up with this duck president who let them talk him into, he got all jazzed up with Venezuela and thought that, America, we could just swoop in and not, take people out, which is stupid. Like I said earlier, this is Persia, man. These people have been around as long as the back when the Greeks were around, and these motherfuckers are still like a homogenous people that look like the Persians from back then. I mean, and sleep, you let sleeping dogs lie. They weren't making it. They weren't griping about the situation. They weren't griping about the status quo. We had it made in the shade. The petrodollar is still going. I mean, and to some degree, it may still keep going because all the contracts, it's like a river, and you kind of go with the flow. For them to just stop for the petrodollar to disappear tomorrow, it would take a lot, all the contracts, all the bank infrastructure goes through America and our banks and stuff. So it's not that simple. But the whole strategy of it is, Trump he took the gambit. And I imagine Israel and they assumed, or Benjamin Netanyahu's thinking, well, America's not getting any stronger. So he just, figured he'd go for broke, I guess, but I'm pretty sure they're probably going to find out like it's not that easy. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I mean, we should just be getting out of it right now. The idea of our boys fighting in that drone warfare where you see the drone and you're dead. Fuck that. That's so awful, dude. So awful to think of what that's like, bro. You're on some battlefield and a drone pops up over the horizon and you're dead already. It's just however long that shit takes to get to you. Man, fuck that. What's up, Alex? That doesn't sound like much fun to me. And to think, you know, Trump's considering sending our boys into that shit. Oh my God. Bro, those poor guys, those Russians, they die like dogs, man. That shit is no joke. That's a rough way to go, man. Being chased down by some shitty electronic drone. Dude, imagine when those drones are fucking controlled by AI. Oh my God, bro. We're literally talking about Skynet. Not cool. Not cool at all. But just the idea that, like, I don't understand why they had to press the situation. These, I guess maybe like I said, Israel. It's nothing more than our elites. Their little pet project they have in the Middle East. But maybe they've just had it so easy. Nobody picking a fight with us in so long, and also the situation we're in, or the situation we're in now, where we kind of can't lose face, or we're gonna lose the sweetheart deals that we have. Not cool, not cool at all. You feel me? I mean, it's like we're used to our standard of living, and it's just not going to continue once this sweetheart arrangement in the Middle East is no more. Iran called our bluff hard, big time. They called our bluff, called Trump's bluff. And that's what I was saying about with our all the countries just being a ruling class and a working class, basically. That's really what we're looking. That's really what we have. We have a ruling class and a working class, and every country is that. And the way I think about it is, each one of these countries, they have a ruling class. It's almost like an office or an administration position for like the executive branch. They want to get in that seat and rule those people. That's a comfortable little sweetheart seat you get if you're the ruling class of America. That's the top. That in China are the number one ruling classes. They have the most power in the world. And like this, it used to be like England. Your population, your populace contracted, and you had to give up your empire, and then you just faded off into the sunset, and you just you live with a smaller economy and you just kind of limp along. Not anymore, bro. Not anymore. These leaders are so power hungry. They can't, because when their population shrinks, there goes their power shrinks perfectly to correlate with the populace size. Their power in the world shrinks. And by God, they don't want their power to shrink. So they just start shipping in new people. They just start replacing your ass because, they couldn't bear to think without, 3 or 4% growth. Oh my God, we won't be the number one most powerful country in the world. We won't be able to bully other countries. We've got to get more people in this country. We've got to replace that population here. Otherwise we might lose some power. And that's what they're doing in Europe. That's literally what they're doing in Europe. And all the West, they're literally replacing us, bro. And England did that where they got smaller and they just lived with it. But now everybody's gotten this. I think it's the elites and the Jays have decided, hey, we don't have to settle for that. We can just become the Pacific garbage patch for all of the extra population of the world. So they attract these. Oh, except that people can't walk here. They can walk to Europe. They can't walk here. So they can only they gotta pay for it. They gotta make us pay for it. Or they throw open the borders. They let these people come in, and then they slowly, they just discriminate against everybody. I mean, that's what they did to us. They started making our laws discriminatory against us. And that's how they attract these people, by saying, hey, we'll give you special treatment if you come live here. And if you want, we'll let you in we'll let you in on the scam, on the grift. See, we got a grift here. We got this captive populace, and they're stuck here. Yeah, they're getting smaller, but they're still stuck here, and we get this nice fat chunk from them that we get to we get to shear the sheep, mow the lawn, and we'd be willing to give you guys like 10% if you'll just come and take their place. And that's exactly what they're doing in England, man. That's exactly what they're doing in England right now, bros. They're enticing foreigners to come there by discriminating against the home people, and then they bring those foreigners in, and then they furthermore discriminate against the normal people until those people are gone, pretty much, or until they're absorbed or whatever. I'm pretty sure that's what they have in mind. That's the way it looks. Europe wasn't always like that. It just started like that, like the 90s. I think some asshole had some major breakthrough in sociology or the science of farming human beings, I guess. But using human beings as batteries, pretty much. I mean, that's what it is. That is what it is. And think of this: when there's two regimes fighting, or there's two gangs that are fighting for a government, bro, they're just fighting for that seat. They're just fighting to be the shepherd of that population. That's what they're doing. They're fighting over who gets to shear those sheep and butcher those sheep. Who gets to use those sheep to take over the neighbor's smaller herd. That's all it is, bro. That's all it is. They use the populace to displace other Lebensraum, like Hitler said. That's all that is, bro. That's when the population grows and the leaders start thinking, they start eyeballing their neighbor like, man, that's a mighty fine plane you got there. Ooh, I like that. I like that plateau you've got, man. It's pretty kick ass. That nice step there, you know. But that's what they're doing. They take it over, and it's like, and how they run it is up to them. It could be a theocracy. It can, like Iran is, or it can be a democracy where, or you know, it can be a dictatorship too. But you know, in the democracy, really, it's the same as the feudal system because we sell our labor just like the feudal serfs did. They sold their labor as well, but they didn't get paid. You know, they just got whatever they got, food and shelter basically. Although you could be an endeavoring, you know, and somebody who was, you know, ambitious and buy your own, buy your freedom. And that was, you know, you could buy your freedom because only so many people can live off of an acre of land. So as the population of the land, or the people on the land, you know, the farm or the country or whatever, as it grows, they they have too many people. They can't support them. So they let people buy their freedom or they go to war. That's one of the favored ways of getting culling your herd, getting rid of the extra people that you have that you can't feed or that's a deficit. You just go to war and it will slim your people down. It will slim your herd down. And I mean that's what it is. But now, you know, really the difference is capitalism is just, hey, we'll pay the laborers enough money so that they're happy. That's what it is. Living standard. That's all it is, bro. We're the exact same as slaves, except they give us a wage. They pay us better than they pay slaves. And that we can save up money, or if we're smart enough, you know, we can save up, or we can use our head and trick, you know, be clever, trick somebody out of their money or come up with a scheme. That's why people are always talking about schemes. It's, you know, you're buying your freedom basically. You're buying you're saving enough money that you don't have to work to feed yourself in the future. And it's the same. It's the same as the feudal system, but it is better. It's like, you know, we kind of do have our free will and stuff. You don't have to go work. You could be a bum. You know, I mean, there's you can do what you want, but you know, and it's true. You know, like even if there was no government, if this was before, you know, systems like that, systems of authority, you would still have to feed yourself. So it really, you know, yeah, or invest. That's another, yeah, exactly. I mean, you don't have to work your whole life. You may be able to, you know, figure out a way to, you know, pay for yourself for the rest of your life. But regardless, you know, when it comes down to it, you know, it costs money to live and you have to pay that money, you know, and it's like, and really nowadays that's changing because they're coming out with, they have AI. Used to be you had the means of production and then you had the labor that operated the means of production. Well, they don't really need us anymore, you know, so that's why things look so dystopian to people who think about this, you know, because they're like, well shit, are they even going to need us anymore? Are they going to need our labor anymore? We won't have anything to bargain with, which that's not good. I mean, you don't want to think about that. You might get blackpilled, but I mean, it's not awful. You know, it could be much worse. This is the best that anybody's really figured out. There's no better way to do it. There's no better way to do it. You know, and we're all equally a part of the machine. It's like those people that rise above and become, you know, enter the ruling class, or the people that are a part of old families that end up being born into the ruling class. But it's the best that anybody's thought of so far. But you know, these criminals, these crooks that have our country now, they've been trying to subjugate our asses for since this country existed, but they never figured out a way to get around the Constitution. But like I said before, they did figure it out eventually. They figured out that they could make us cower with, and you know, racism. You're a racist. They could get us to shut up if you know, they could get us to lay down for that. And for COVID too. They figured they could get us to lay down for COVID as well, which is, it's a shame, but it is what it is. If you just look at it objectively, that is the deal. Whether we like it or not, that is the deal. And it's not really anything to be pissed off about. You know, we all have to figure out what drives us in life. You know what I mean? Life isn't pretty. We all know this. It's just the way it is, man. And we all know that it's, you know, that's because that's kind of distasteful to think of things as like a feudal system, you know, a techno feudal society. But really, that is what it is, and everybody has their own meaning for life, and you just have to figure out your meaning with that factor in mind. Okay, you know, life can be pretty boring, pretty monotonous, pretty routine. I could end up at some shitty 9 to 5 job, hating my existence. How do I avoid that? You know what I mean? Like there's going to be pitfalls no matter what time you live in, who you live under. There's going to be better ways of living versus others. And it's just I think maybe it wouldn't be a half bad idea to explain to people, hey, what the skinny of the situation, how things are. Because when it comes down to it, we're just a population with a fucking government attached, more or less. And these bastards, and we're like, people always bitch about, oh, the left always bitches about, free healthcare. And that's the thing is, people expect something of their government. That's not what they're here for. These motherfuckers are here to get as much as possible for as little as possible. To get as much power out of us while doing the littlest, the smallest amount they can. And they figured out they have it down to a fucking science today, bro. They have it down to a science now. I mean, it's just, and it seems to be getting worse. Like that's just how it feels objectively. Like it's getting worse. and in this war, it's just like another glaring thing. Like, oh my god, man, how could? Like he said, he's talking about like, oh, it's gonna be a golden age. Like, bro, so much for that, man. Like, I don't know what this guy was thinking. I mean, and I wish I was wrong. I don't want to be right. This stuff that it doesn't make me happy to say any of this stuff. Matter of fact, it's just it's the opposite. It doesn't make me feel good. Oh wow, the Xbox 3, these are all under retro consoles. Yeah, well, that's time waits for no man. It is what it is. But and that's the thing with our country, we at least get a better opportunity to enjoy life than anybody else. We do. We do. We get to, we do get a decision for the most part. Although, how that's going to be in the future cuz shit, if with AI doing a lot of stuff, it's like how, a lot of these white collar jobs are just going to not exist anymore. And I seen this thing, BlackRock is investing in the trades. You believe that? Yeah, BlackRock is investing in the trades. They realized, oh, what's the good of investing in data centers and shit if there's nobody to plug the bitches in? Like it never occurred to them. It's funny because South Park called that shit. But it never occurred to these morons that they were gonna have to, that there's gonna be a lot of cachet in being electricians and being tradesmen. These are the guys that build these data centers. And that's gonna be like BlackRock's investing in it. Obviously it's gonna be a big deal. Or the coming what we're gonna get out of it. And I don't know. Like this war in Iran, man, fucking literally some foreign monkey shine. Like, bro, we're chasing adventures with some fucking foreign monkey shine. What in the hell? Oh my god! And Trump, he's gonna go down as an absolute ass, man. Because right now the emperor has no clothes. Everybody sees it. I mean, have you guys seen, bro? You know what? They started a war, and last night they sent on the Sunday shows. Guess who they sent? Not Pete Hegseth, not Marco Rubio. They sent like the Secretary of Energy and the Secretary of or the Treasury Secretary's like one of his advisors. Bro, they sent economic advisors out in the middle of a war. That's how bad the economic shit is. Bro, like that's how bad. And these guys, I could see them, they're shaking in their boots. They're like, holy shit, like they're not in good shape and they're like a deer in headlights in an interview on TV. And they're just trying to deflect and get you to look at the shiny objects so you're not like cuz and really, they don't really have a leg to stand on when it comes to those Face the Nation and those CBS Sunday shows. You're kind of naked as the day you were born on those. And Trump, you can tell his rhetoric. He obviously doesn't think we're in a good place. I mean, he sounds like somebody who's quietly like freaking out. Like he's begging for help from NATO and shit. I mean, it's so sad. And how he's brought our country to that. But they don't really see it. I don't think they see it that way anymore. I think they see us as just their population. Like the American government is separate from the American people. I mean, you can see it the way Iran talks how they talk. They don't say anything about us. They make it well known, or they make it known that their truck is not with us. It's with our government. It's with our government. It's just all there is to it. I mean, they have no desire, and they don't do anything that's going to rile us up. Have you noticed that? They don't attack us. They don't do anything that could possibly strengthen our resolve. That could get us to coalesce around the flag, get us to rally. They don't do anything like that. I don't believe any of their propaganda about Iran. Oh, Iran tried to assassinate Trump. Bullshit, dude. Bullshit. Like if you see how they've been behaving, that doesn't it just seems off. It seems like total garbage to my mind. I mean, to me anyway. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't pretend to be I don't know everything. I'm not, some clairvoyant, fortune teller. But this is the way I'm. This is how things look to me. From my perspective, me look just kind of stepping back and looking at things objectively. And I like to think I can do that. I know, I can be objective. I mean, I think I can. I think I didn't say anything outrageous either. I think anybody that looks at this situation objectively, yeah, I don't think we're in all that good a shape. I think Trump has kind of done us dirty here, and they don't even have a plan or nothing. We're just kind of drifting. He doesn't know what to do. And it's just like, how could these people have got us here? How is it that none, the other statesmen didn't like, whoa, whoa, don't do that. You know what I like? How is this not stopped from happening? It just blows my mind. Because even what's his name, that nutcase, he just wrote a book. He was the national security advisor. He looks like that goofy Muppet with the mustache. What the hell? I forget his name. National security advisor. That nutcase. Even he was saying, "Yo, this has been a." Even he was like, although I think they're right to attack Iran. They just went about it the wrong way. They didn't come up with a plan. Nothing. They just kind of half-assed wing this shit, and it just blows my mind. Straight up, blows my fucking mind. It's nuts. Like straight up. If you look at it all, the history of Persia, that should wake you up. Whoa, these people have been around forever. They've seen and they've sawn off every fucking empire ever, basically. Somebody said they had like the second highest IQ of any country in the world. I don't know how true that is, but it sounds about right. They're not stupid people. They've been around for a super long time. I mean, truly. Mm, man. I think I'm gonna put this on break for 5 minutes. I need to use the bathroom real quick. I was drinking too much fucking caffeine earlier, I guess. Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna set it for 5 minutes. Yeah, so I'll be back in 5 minutes for sure. Hmm. 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 Okay. Mm-mm. Hmm. Yeah, and like this, the other piece of this puzzle is certainly China, because they're on the ascent. And really, like, we don't even really have what it takes to be the number one power right now. We have leveraged it through, cleverness and stuff. Like, we don't have it because we're the strongest country in the world, put it that way. We don't have the biggest population. And, really, when you think about it, these countries, they have their shepherds, and these shepherds, they make the laws. They decide how we're going to live, more or less. They at least set the guardrails. And Iran, at least those people are religious. And not only that, but their population ain't shrinking. And I guarantee you, it ain't going to shrink. Those people have been around for 2,500 years ago. They know how to live. They know how to survive. They know the way their families work. Like, that stuff matters. And those people, they don't change that shit. They stay with their traditions. That's why they last. That's why they've been here for 2,500 years. Our politicians are in our country so stupid. We take these good traditions that get us to the number one spot of the planet, and then we hand that shit over. You know, we stop having kids and start shrinking. It's ridiculous. Can you guys not see me? Hmm. Yeah, and like I said, and well, China, they're not going to be up top long, or they're not going to be the most populous country either. And these shepherds, they are shepherds. These motherfuckers, they give us, they restrict our freedom where it counts, and they give us too much freedom in other places. We have, you know, women in all these positions of authority, and we just start going to shit. Instead of, sticking with the girl who brought us to the fucking dance, we like changed fucking dates mid dance. It's so stupid. And obviously it's not a very good arrangement, and those Iranians, they're smart. They don't do that shit. And our rulers, it's not our actual rulers, our pre World War II rulers. The fuck? Why am I fucking, for some reason, I don't know. Yeah, our pre World War II rulers, they actually did a good job. They got us there, and then afterwards, I guess, there was enough of a shift in the way things were, started letting in the wrong people, and we end up squandering it all. It was such a damn shame. And we're not even gonna, like, it doesn't even seem there's not even gonna be that final climax of us versus China. I don't think that shit's ever gonna happen. I think, we've essentially already lost. Why would China fight us? All they have to do is wait, we'll fall over. We're damn near falling over now. Why, China's not doing shit. They don't have to do anything. They can just sit back and watch. They win no matter what happens. No matter what, China comes out of this looking pretty, looking good. They play their fucking cards smart. They have an adversary that they're trying to overtake. We have these stupid people in our government that don't know what the fuck they're doing, obviously. And like, first of all, Cenk Uygur and Nick Fuentes, they're absolutely right. These motherfuckers have to go. All of them. Like, it's such a shame that we can't just start from scratch all them positions. Straight up, just put in a whole new crop, swap the whole thing out. That way there's no fucking carryover, cuz that's what happens, because there's never a new, the Congress always has some incumbents from last term. So, and they're there to poison the apple bushel, to poison every other apple, and they do, they do. And when you and it, freshman congressmen, they can't. They're up against the wall. You join the Congress, and they swarm you, and it's like you're either with them or you're out. Because it's like a blob or an amoeba that's taken over, and you either join it or you get kicked out, like Marjorie Taylor Greene. You join it or get kicked out, and we can't get rid of them. We're not allowed to throw out enough of them at a time, is what it seems like. Whereas if we just replace the whole apparatus, we don't even have to get rid of the Constitution, get rid of any of the positions. I think just a good proper swap out of all of our federal government officials, bro, that would do us some justice. Huh, man, like, consider that, dude. Like, none of these people would be tainted with the disgusting, chicanery that takes place now. All the unspoken deals that go on, the unspoken bullshit. I mean, they don't seem to be they're not ruling with the consent of us anymore. I mean, we vote for these motherfuckers, but they do what they want. I mean, nobody wanted war. We all specifically voted against war. And what did we get? War. Exactly what we voted for, like, explicitly. There's no overt. It wasn't not spoken. No, it was explicit that we were voting for the guy, mostly because he didn't want to go to wars. He didn't want any of these bullshit wars. And even the Democrat politicians, they're oh so happy to go along with it. They're in the good position, though. They get to pretend that they don't want it, and they get to rah rah. Ooh, anti-war, anti-war. Chuck Schumer, we are against this war, but we will not vote to stop it. What the fuck are, like, dude? What are you blathering about? Just shut up. Like, what's the point if you're not gonna? And it's a damn shame because they should have done the war powers stuff and restricted it and stop this fucking this insane endeavor that we're taking part in as forced at our not with our consent, and they had a chance to stop it and they didn't, and they could have easily, they could have stopped it and they didn't. It's ridiculous, but I'm still going to vote for him because I want to see an impeachment. I want to see Donald Trump's ass thrown out on the fucking curb. Fuck this dude. Fuck this guy. And we need somebody. We need a scalp for this shit. Bro, we need a scalp. We need somebody fucking impeached for this shit. Like, no half measures, no bullshit. No. We need a scalp. We need Donald Trump's fucking bald ass guy. Well, we need his scalp though, like, and hold it up like, hey, this is what happens. And I heard Tucker and Brett Weinstein them talking about how Donald Trump, he was never supposed to become president. And no problem, Arceus. But like, Donald Trump was supposed to be the response to this, and he got in just in time. He barely, because I'm pretty sure now there that another Donald Trump couldn't happen. Because the president, they have confiscated so much power and consolidated so much power in the president. He's practically a king. Bro, the fact that Donald Trump had Maduro kidnapped, dude, that was like, that kind of was him crossing the Rubicon. Nobody really spoke up about it, but think about that for a minute. If they can snatch the head of another country, they can black bag your measly punk ass. You better believe that. If they can go snatch the fucking leader of a sovereign country out of his bed and put him on trial, they can do that to you. It's only a matter of time before they begin doing that to you. I mean, how else can you look at it? It didn't occur to me when it first happened. Just yesterday and today, I was thinking about it, and it scared the fuck ever loving shit out of me. Bro, they just snatched up the sovereign leader of the elected leader. I mean, whether or not he has the consent of the people, it doesn't matter. This guy's the leader of another country. They just went and snatched this guy up. Just him alone, him and him alone. Bro, they can do that to anybody on the planet. And if they can do that to anybody, think about what China could do. I mean, our own government has shown, hey, we'll do this to somebody who's I mean, and they act like it's different just because he's a gangster from a neighbor herd. He's one of the shepherds from a herd next door. Oh well, but we did it to one of our own. He's just another gangster in charge of another country. We just don't like this gangster so much. But still, though, that's a precedent, man. If they can do that to that guy, they can damn sure do it to us, man. And that scares the ever loving shit out of me. And the fact that they did that to Maduro, that's kind of a naked. That I was thinking that they were telling the rest of the world this. We'll do. We can do this to you. Don't fuck with us, bro. They'll do it to us. And really, I think that whole Maduro thing, that was them kind of getting desperate. Kind of how Israel's getting desperate because their public opinion is falling. Well, our government is getting desperate and they're starting to feel power slip through their hands. It's like desert sand in their hands and it's just pouring out from between their fingers. And they're getting desperate. They don't like the idea. So they kidnap a fucking leader of another country. And these Jays, they've feathered this sweetheart little nest for themselves, where they've made it out of our dollars basically. Well, what have they been doing since Trump got into office? They've been making laws where you can't say, you can't chant from the river to the sea, or you can't get grants from the government, or you can't fucking get a visa here. That's them solidifying their gains, since World War II, these people have slithered into the ruling positions of our country, of the upper class positions, just like they had done in Germany. Exactly like that, where all of them, they don't, none of them are laborers. They're all musicians or, music teachers, professors, uh, and officers of the government. They slithered in there, and now they're making it illegal to dissent, illegal to criticize them. It's illegal to it's practically illegal to criticize Israel. Like if you criticize Israel, you can't do business with the government. If you own a business, like I heard Glenn Greenwald saying it to Tucker, that they'll deny you hurricane relief. If you sign up for hurricane relief, you have in like half the states of the country or disaster relief, you have to say that you won't boycott Israel. That's literally just them insulating themselves. They see what's coming on the horizon. They see things aren't looking good for them, and they don't like the idea of us knocking them off their fucking perches like that happened in Europe. The idea of that really bothers them, really scares them. Look at Ben Shapiro. He's fucking freaking out. All Mark Levin, these insane people. Yeah, they're freaking out because their little golden parachute and their little fucking feathered nest that they have for themselves here in America, it's starting to disintegrate and they can see that. It's not going good for them. I think we can all objectively say they're not in a good position. They're starting to be hated. They're doing things that are making people hate them. But, make no mistake about it, these are our rulers by hook or by crook. And it's not that they're so dastardly, it's that they know how to they're administrators. They know how to get into those positions and they know how to hang on to those positions. They make up, they freak out when they get discriminated against in colleges. Why do you think they have to be the president of all these colleges? They're protecting their pipelines to the government, to ruling. You got to go to Harvard. They have to, if they're getting discriminated against, that means somebody is giving them resistance. Somebody is making it harder for them to keep their grip, to keep their stranglehold on us, and they freak out about it. They've gotten kind of belligerent. The emperor's kind of half naked here. They're starting to their shit's hanging out, like it's their slip is hanging. But I know you guys know I'm right, because I don't see you guys fucking you know uh coming at me, with, oh, you're wrong, this, I don't see any of that. I mean, it's kind of obvious when you like think about it, sit down, think about it real hard, look at everything that's been happening, kind of take stock, look at the patterns and shit. Bro, they have just been consolidating power and solidifying their positions. And it's like I guess like the frog in the water, frog in the pot. They're turning it up, and I guess they're doing it the way they're doing it, all clandestine. They're trying, to do this stuff without us noticing. That's why it's happening. The stuff in the colleges where they're shipping out people that speak out against the crimes they committed in Gaza. I mean, that's what else could they be doing? This is an this is an elite class exerting its hold on us, or its influence. And the CIA is just one tool. Israel is another tool. Uh, I mean, I don't see them as any different. I just see them as different tools that they use. The FBI is another tool. And then you have your Epstein section. It's really I guess the Epstein class, but you have the Epstein crowd, the FBI crowd, the CIA crowd. These are all just arms of our ruling class. That's all they are. And some of this is it is what it is. We have to have a ruling class whether we like it or not. Communism doesn't work. That's the idea of communism, is that nobody will be the ruling class. We'll all be equal. Well, that's not how it works. That's not how humans work. And none of us are, there's we're not there's there's no it will not profit you to fool yourself. There is no benefit to lying to yourself. You know, this is the way things go. This is the way things are. And it's like, we just have to get our meaning of from life with that in mind. Okay, this is how it is. How do we how does life how do we enjoy this? And I was watching, I'm a movie guy, you guys know this. I was watching a movie the other day and it occurred to me that movies back then, they cared more than our politicians. Like, yeah, it was just, the herd and the shepherds. But like Hollywood, it made us into good people. Or our culture made us into good people. Movies, you remember, if you notice old movies, the good guy always wins. And if the good guy, or no, yeah, if the good guy, if he doesn't win, then it's because everybody dies at the end. The bad guy always dies, and there's always a moral to the story. That's how all the movies were back in the day. And they gave people morality. They gave people a sense of honor. Straight up, man. Like the old movies, like I was watching Vera Cruz with Burt Lancaster and Gary Cooper. And Gary Cooper, he's a Southerner that fought in the Civil War, and they go down into Mexico, and basically they're trying to steal gold that's like the poor people's gold. And in the end of the movie, Gary Cooper wins and gives the gold back to the poor people. That's honor. That's honorable. Like they really taught us to be good people. They molded us into good people. They made it shameful to to take the crooked way out, to do wrong. They made it shameful. So we had a really we were really good people. Well, they just let go of all that pretense and just, we've been like Babylon, just this disgusting, degenerate society. But we used to have a sense of honor, a sense of right and wrong, fair play. And we got this from movies. Like everybody loved movies. So even if you didn't read, if you were just an NPC fucking dum dum, you still went to movies and you still got that fair play. You still imbibed from our cultural well. That was our well that everybody that we all drank from and that made America so great. And they just totally fucking gave all that up, man. And now I've been seeing it lately, like people pointing it out that Hollywood, all the movies from the 90s and 2000s glorified cheating. Like Titanic, the chick cheats. She cheats on Billy Zane, and then The Notebook, cheating. All these movies are just cheating. Like that's what they've been glorifying for the last 3 or 4 decades. And you can see what's happening as a result of it. Women just walk away from children and a family. I mean, it's wild, man. And that this stuff it really means something. Like, and they knew this. They knew this. It's basically propaganda, but it's like life propaganda. They weren't trying to propagandize people into anything but being good people, more or less, being fair, fair-minded, fair play. And then it was seemed like in the 60s, because of the civil rights movement, all of a sudden they started shoehorning social shit into movies and trying to, convince people that, uh, that we should let everybody come into our. I mean, it's just that stuff really pisses me off, and it's obvious to me what they were doing. The Americans would never give in to communism, and that we didn't want to be ruled by jays, we didn't want to be ruled by other people, and they couldn't, and they had a problem with that, the jays. So what did they do? They diluted us. They brought in enough people so that that doesn't matter anymore. That's what they did. That's absolutely what they did. And they started doing it in the 60s. Within a decade or two of them starting to come into this country on any, sizable numbers. After World War II, they started coming in droves and they started running Hollywood and stuff. And, don't think that they didn't have their influence. They did. That's why things have changed so much. They're trying to turn us into them. And I get pissed at these assholes like the Krasenstein brothers because they're always bitching at Americans because of this or that. And it's like, bro, Americans aren't Jewish. If you want Jewish people, if you want to live in a country with Jewish people, then move to Israel, because that isn't America, asshole. We know what your standard of life is. We know your liberal mindset, all of you. We don't want that shit. And if you want that shit, you can take that shit down you can miss us with that bullshit. But that is what it is. These Krasenstein guys, "Oh, I can't believe such and such person said this about that person." Like, who gives a shit what you think, bro? And no shit that you can't believe and that you're constantly criticizing America. Yeah, because we're not you. And if you want to live with people that are you and like you, then leave. This isn't Israel. They want to think about it, man. These people, they've gotten so comfortable that that now they're trying to change us. You see it on Twitter and stuff. They bitch and moan at us. They call us racist and anti-Semites. And that's just because they're trying to turn us into Jays, bro. They're trying to make us liberal Jays, dude. Bro, look at the shit on Twitter and tell me I'm lying, man. Fuck, man. I don't know why I've had this fucking camera like facing my back of my head. I'm sorry, fellas. But they're trying to make us into them. That's what they want, man. They want our morality to be their morality. And you guys don't want that. Do you guys want to be Jays? Hell no. Hell no. We're not liberal like them. We're not. And we don't want to be. We're just not that way. We are not that way. And they want to make us that way. It's like, bro, even though you can't tell the difference between us, there's a ton of difference between me and Ed and Brian Krasenstein. Those guys, those people are not like me. They're not like you guys. They're not like us, but it's like they're just going to continue beating us over the head until either we're not enough of the population for it to matter, or until they change us. But I mean, I speak out against it all the time on X. I'm like, bro, we are not Jays, bro. Get the fuck out of here. Quit trying to make us into those people. You have your own country, god damn it. Get the fuck out. Who the why are you exerting influence upon us as people? And we have to accept a lot of it whether we like it or not. They're half of them are half of our journalists, half of the media are these people. So yeah, we have to accept their morality. But it's like, golly, why leave? You don't have a right to be here. You're here at our pleasure. And if you're going to sit here and bitch and moan like females and constantly grating on us, being these abrasive little pricks, these little fucking hitchhikers in our shoes, get the fuck out. I mean, good lord, it's disgusting, man. And that's the deal too. Like I've started to see it everywhere. Like everywhere I go, dude, we're being cowed into silence. We're being tone police, like Nick says, tone police. They're all, "Oh, you can't say that. That naughty white guy, naughty white man. This isn't your country anymore. What are you thinking? Those days are long gone. Come on, come with us. We'll tell you how you can behave." I mean, that's how that's how they treat us. And they're it's so insidious too, because they're just getting more and more control. They're consolidating this control at all times. They've consolidated so well that they've branched out. They have franchises and shit. Oh yeah, Israel, that's just a franchise. you know, they some enterprising young Jays with billions of dollars they inherited. Hey man, they just bought a franchise, fellas. tell tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. Am I wrong here? Is that not exactly what they did? They just expanded. They're like some Indians with a 7-Eleven. They set up shop. And like I said earlier today, whoever controls that region on the planet, they run the show. Yeah, they run the show. It's just, I mean, whether we like it or not, I mean, I think we can do something about it. That's something like I watch Nick every day, but I feel like why doesn't he's never really I don't know, he never put it to me in a way that really made me that I could really, it does like it wasn't until I started thinking about it on my own that I started to really get the lay of the land and understand what positions, what roles we're playing, who's in what role here. Even Nick, the way he, global Jewry, he doesn't put it as starkly as I have, like that, this is our and if they're not our ruling class, they're trying to become our ruling class. That's a fact. That is a fact. They're desperate to get, to claim the top, the apex. Although, I don't think they really think they're going to be president, but they would damn sure they'll try. But that's our ruling class, and that we, I wish at some point, we have to have a real movement, or at least like do something like maybe not a revolution, but we have to have like a social movement with this stuff, with this stuff in mind. Like, hey, you assholes need to leave. You need to get out of our country because I don't like being ruled by these people, bro. They've been steering us down these shitty, awful paths and alleyways for half a century now. They keep lousing it up. Like Trump said, they keep lousing this shit up. They're trying to change us. We don't want to be changed. Like, where the fuck do they get off? Trying to change us, trying to exert that kind of influence over us. Like, yo, you have your own country. If you want to live around people that have that attitude and that way of being, then be our guest. And it's the law. They have to, their birthright shit. They have to let you in if you're a J. But it's bullshit that all these university spots are being taken up by these people, and their allegiance doesn't lie with America. It lies with the government in Israel. And part of me thinks, Israel, that's just their golden parachute. That's like their lifeboat in case they get chased out of here. That's where they'll scurry off to. If somebody flips the lights on, all those roaches will scatter off to Israel. Well, I mean, and all of these people in media, I feel like there's this unspoken thing where they don't tell us this stuff. Like what I've laid out to you guys, I feel like it's almost criminal that nobody said that, told us that's how things are, because that is how things are, and nobody tells us this shit. Nobody ever says any of this stuff out loud. And I'm not the first one to think this stuff. I'd be an arrogant jackass if I would think that. Like, there's no way that I'm the first person to think of this. Other people have thought of it, but it's like, I would imagine Nick knows this stuff too. But, or maybe, you get called, you get attacked and you get destroyed if you say this stuff out loud. I don't know, but it's, I don't think we're cooked. I think things are changing, and human beings, they adapt, and even if when a group of people, like let's say white people disappeared, we wouldn't be gone. We would just be absorbed. Instead of being a group of homogenous people, there would be a group of mixed people, half, because a populace, they don't just disappear. They get absorbed by other demographics, by other ethnicities. That's the story of Earth and humans, is populations displacing each other, populations going to war and swallowing, and like that's swallowing each other up. But that's the human condition, and you know white people, we would just get absorbed, or the whatever part of us that has been absorbed. I mean, even if we were all killed today, there would still be a portion that continue on. Not they're not pure European, but it would carry on. But that's the way things go. Although the Persians, they've managed to avoid that. It just seems like we've been steered wrong by our elites, They changed laws, they changed up traditions, mores, the way people were, you know what I, like women going to work, not getting married, not having kids, and all of a sudden, you know, then you kind of have to as a people, you have to start asking questions like I am, and talking, having discussions like this. You know, they did us dirty. Same thing with Europe. They did us dirty. You know, they changed up the script, and now, and you know, the way we live and our traditions and stuff, that's what those matter. If like traditions is what moves you into the future. That's what carries your people on, your bloodline on, is your traditions. And our way of life, they have changed it. They have fucked our way of life up really bad. You know, we used to be a really strong and cohesive and intelligent people, group of people, Americans and the English. And they have, you know, but where the law of averages still applies. So only a portion of us are, you know, these really intelligent people. You know, but then you still have your NPCs, you still have your below average people, and they're easily persuaded. They're easily propagandized. And and that's why, you know, our elites, they're supposed to represent us, because those, you know, you wouldn't fuck your own kind over. You know, if you were a politician, chances are it would be harder for you to to subjugate your own people, or to treat your own people as just some subject, some herd that you know, you administer. So when we start getting, you know, we end up with half of or more of our elite class is made up of these other people. Yeah, that's when bad shit starts happening. You know, and right now they're just consolidating power. You know, and I think obviously that, you know, somebody, Tucker and Brett Weinstein, they were talking about, you know, how there's some unseen force. Well, or there's something that has made them go for broke with Iran, that make that they're making mistakes. And why is that? What has them making mistakes? What has them rushing and doing shit haphazardly? Well, I think, you know, it's that America's power is going to be on the decline from now on. You know, we're going to be shrinking. And they don't have an incentive to lie to us anymore. I think that they're starting to drop the pretense. I that's what I think is really happening. I think they have the more we decline, the less they care about how much we know. You know, and only as time goes on, you know, with AI and stuff, they only need us less and less. We're not even going to have our collectivized labor so much anymore. You know, and they've played a masterful chess game. They they made women our rivals. Huh, that was a stroke of genius. You know, and all of a sudden, you know, and men and women, they're different, and they can behave like oil and water with each other. You know, they do have their, you know, our goals and our the things we want out of life, they kind of overlap with women's. But they can also propagandize and brainwash and you know, shove a bunch of shit around down women's throats to get women to behave so that we don't mesh so perfectly. Our stuff doesn't overlap, and all of a sudden they're rivals. It's almost as if we have a rival demographic. It's as if somebody just doubled our population with, you know, a black community or something, and all of a sudden we're competing for jobs with that community. That's how we're treating women, our own women, that we're supposed to be marrying and having children with. That was a stroke of genius for these fucking scoundrels that are running the show at the moment. That was a stroke of genius. I mean, if you're trying to, you know, disunite, you know, your population and get them squibbling amongst each other, oh man, bro, that was a stroke of genius, man. Let the women compete in the world, and then you discriminate against the men. And really, that there is their trump card. That's their ace card. They have they have simultaneously, they're advantaging and benefiting everybody but us, while they discriminate against us. So all of a sudden, everybody are out. We see them as rivals because we're competing with them, and they have an unfair advantage. Because it used to be we had control of all the institutions, and like white men, we had the control of all institutions, and we were the top dogs, and you had to knock us. They knocked us off that throne though, and now we're like the under. We're not in the positions of power anymore. We would have to fight to get those back. They did it for 3 or 4 generations, and now we're ruled by women, jays, minorities. That's who teaches us. That's who runs our government at pretty much every level. Local government, state government, federal government. Yeah, we're ruled by other people. We're not ruled by white men, really. Those they have figureheads, they have facades. Fucking stuffed shirts, stuffed suits that they push out, like Ted Cruz. That's scumbag. I mean, and really, they're fucking with fire, though. Like because we could just stand up and just butcher every last one of them. They could meet Madame la Guillotine. They could go on a date with Madame la Guillotine. See how they like that shit. I mean, that's what they're fucking with, though, is they're messing around with, a democracy, like, a mob, basically. We are a mob. And if they want to, I mean, and that's what the internet is. The internet is nothing but a mob. It's a lynch mob. Thank God, though, it can't get a hold of anybody because it would hang us. It's disgusting. I mean, and I'll tell you what, yeah, we certainly can be manipulated. The internet, man, I think to my, like, I'm so grateful, like, that, you know, because these, a lynch mob, that's a really, really disgusting thing. It's an awful, awful, evil thing. Because lynch mobs, dude, they're like whirlwinds, a tornado. They just fucking appear out of nowhere and you can't stop them. One person can't stop them. Sometimes a fucking police force can't stop them. And they will just snatch people up and there's nothing anybody can do. They throw a damn rope over a tree branch. That's it. They just hoist your ass up. Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing on the internet. It's so disgusting. Instead of, lynching people, they cancel people. And you guys have seen it where no, and every time you apologize to the mob, it gets worse. Oh, man. Like human beings in a crowd can be, and they turn into, like, we turn into an animal that can be poked and prodded. And they mess with that. The Democrats, they dance with the devil. They play with fire when they stir that shit up and get that stuff. And another thing, like, isn't it funny how the Democrats, there's no protesters protesting the war. Oh, but when we were deporting people, they were willing to die for that shit. Oh, but all of a sudden, they're sending our boys off to die. That's cool. It's all good. It's all good. Isn't that insane? Bro, that's how not in control and absolutely against us our ruling elite is. Dude, they turn our people, our women against us when we try to protect ourselves and try to, do what's good for us as a population, good for our women, good for us, good for our country as we see it. They'll weaponize our women against us, and then when they drag us into a war when we speak out against that. It, that shit is not organic. It's not grassroots, or there would be a crowd out there. There would definitely be a crowd protesting this war right now. If it was ever grassroots, they would be out there right now protesting this war, but it's not. And I'll tell you, yeah, I mean, they may very well be fake, but it doesn't matter if they're fake or not. They would still be able they would still figure it out. They would figure out how to screw us. It doesn't matter if we have a democracy or a dictatorship. They will figure it out regardless. It just straight up doesn't matter. I mean, like I said, no matter what, we're gonna be this. Governments are nothing but herds of people with a ruling class attached or a government attached. I mean, and that may be a damn shame. We may not like that, but it is what it is. There's nothing that can be done about that. That's the way human beings live. That's our mode of living. And it's just how good do we live? You know, we could live like China where they have a universal basic income or a social credit score. And we don't have that. I mean, but I'm just saying, like our ruling elites, they're taking more from us every year. You know, they're tightening the grip every year. And as America wanes in the world, their grip they tighten it faster and faster. It's obvious. That's why they went into Iran. That, we're only getting weaker, and they wanted to, they're trying to secure more gravy because they see their power waning. Oh shit, this, and like I said, the Middle East, whoever rules that, that's king of the hill. If you rule that, you rule the world. Pretty much. It may be coming, but you rule the world, and it's obviously they know this, or they wouldn't be trying to make Israel the hegemon. They wouldn't be trying to set Israel up as the power of the Middle East, because that's what they're doing. It'll be like their own little shell corporation that they use to embezzle funds out of the Middle East. It's nothing but a shell company. It's just their front man, their facade. And you better believe they have backroom deals with the Arabs. I mean, they have backroom deals when it comes to America. I think Israel is just a side deal of a side deal. It's in America, they have their backroom deals. That's what's getting ruined right now in Iran. That they're breaking those sweetheart deals that give us such a good standard of living. And they've been trying to bring Israel up to supplant America so that they can take it all. I guarantee you that's all it is. They just get a bigger cut if they go through Israel rather than America. They don't have to share with us. They don't want to share with us. And like I was saying, it's just a franchise that a couple of moderately well, or overly wealthy Jays have purchased. They feathered that little nest for them. And that's why they have so much trouble. Their population shrunk last year. That's why they have trouble with that, because it's not real. It's not real. And that's why they're trying to stir up anti-Semitism all over the world. They're trying to scare all of their brothers home. They're trying to scare everybody into coming to their country. I mean, think about that. Because Tucker and Brett Weinstein were saying, they have to. There has to be they're motivated. It seems like they're trying to create anti-Semitism, and if you think about it, that is what it seems like what they're trying to do. Like if you wanted to cause that, you do exactly what they've been doing. Why would they want that? Well, they're having a trouble with getting people to live in Israel. They're having trouble with that. You might hear, "Oh yeah, Israel's growing, and our birth rate's this, that, and the other." Yeah, but your population shrunk last year, so obviously it's not doing that great. I mean, and that's why they're doing this. They're trying to freak all these people out that are comfortable living here in the States or in England. They're trying to scare them into coming to live in their country, so that they can actually, I guess, they're trying to make that greater Israel, and they need a population to do it. Because, like I was saying, those Arab countries, those aren't even really countries. Those are oil wells uh, that families own. Arab families own a few oil wells. They're basically gas stations, and they just have immigrant populations that they import. They pay them to do a job and give them a place to live, and if they don't need them, they send them home. That's pretty much what it is. And every one of those countries has a royal family. Yeah, that's the family that the British gave it to when they were on their way out. They gave it to their friends that were going to sympathize with the English and Americans, which is good for us. But it just shows, I mean, and Israel knows that. Israel wants to rule the roost, or our elites want to rule the roost. They want to rule the Middle East with an iron fist, I'm sure. And Iran isn't going to let that happen. Because all those other, really, there's only one oil country. It's Saudi Arabia. It's Saudi Arabia and Iran. And Saudi Arabia, they broke it up into 6 or 7 countries or however many countries, but it's basically Saudi Arabia. That's the population, the closest population, and the only population of size is in Saudi Arabia. It's either Saudi Arabia or Iran. And Iran, I think it's bigger than Saudi Arabia, 90 million people. So Iran and Saudi Arabia, they share the Middle East. Well, we own the Saudi Arabians basically, or they're in our back pocket. So them fucking with Iran, it's our greedy ass politicians trying to get the whole Middle East, trying to take it all. They're not happy with half of it. You know, they wanted it all, and now we're in this pickle because of it. And you know, China, they had the other half, rightfully so. They're our rival. The jab. You guys are talking about COVID. Yeah, that was another good example of our elites, you know, seeing what they could get away with. And you better believe they're like, "Ooh, this is good. We're in a good place." All those years of shipping in new people and brainwashing, it's worked out. We've got a pretty compliant population. I mean, I wasn't down with that shit. I didn't get no jab, none of that bullshit. I never even got it. Never even got sick. But I mean, you know, it's starting to seem really obvious to me the way things are, and they're not all that complex. They have to do with incentives. You can see why would we be letting Israel wag the dog? You know, like why are these things happening? They're not happening for no reason. And you know, when you know that the Middle East is the key to the planet, you can't, you know, whoever runs the Middle East decides who can go to war. You're not going to go to war without them, without talking to the Arabs and making sure that they're cool with it. Because if they're not cool with it, you need their oil if you want to fight a war. Unless you're Russia that has their own oil, or America, but pretty much everybody else, they need the Sauds, the House of Sauds permission, or probably Iran's too, and that's why China had Iran, and that's the only reason why China, why we always admitted to them being. I think that's why our government would admit to China being our rival, because they had half of the Middle East. They had Iran with them. So they could actually make a real run for they could give us a run for our money for real if they were push came to shove. Which I never really thought sat down and thought about this stuff, but when I started to think about it, watched a few videos and kind of got myself situated, it's obvious, that this is a really, really big deal, this part of the world. The Strait of Hormuz, that I guess that is the most important waterway on the planet. And it can be held up, it can be fucked with, it can be totally screwed up by a ragtag band of fucking pirates, brigands. Nothing but a band of brigands. Common highway thieves can hold the entire planet's economies hostage. That's how important that little fucking waterway is. That's how much sway, that's how much influence the Arabs and the Iranians, or the Persians have. Bro, they rule the roost pretty much. They don't have the population to be like India or uh, China or America. They don't have the population, but they damn sure have they're a big deal. They have to be in your, uh, in your, the calculations you make before you make a big move. You have to think of the Middle East, Persia, or, Iran or Saudi Arabia. And then it's just all incentives from there. You can pretty much piece all this shit together. And really, honestly, I think they give us the surface level. I mean, it kind of pisses me off. Like, man, I have to go research this stuff myself just to get a decent idea of what the hell is going on, what our future looks like, what's at stake. But it can be done. You can do this. You can connect dots. You don't have to be held by, you don't have to have somebody hold your hand. It's kind of obvious, especially with something like this, when you're dealing with countries and resources. It's pretty obvious how this stuff works. But they always keep it surface level. They never really want to let the cat out of the bag because people would connect dots. people would start connecting dots. And that's not good for them, I would imagine. But it's there for anybody to see. This stuff is objective, that this is what's happening. And our politicians, they're crooked as a barrel of snakes, crooked as a question mark. And Israel is just a little front. It's just a little facade that they have put up, little franchise, so they can do dirty shit that they wouldn't be able to do as America. And everything fits together perfect. All these kind of question marks that I had about why is it that we're so comfy, or Israel's so comfy with us, and why do things seem like a foregone conclusion? Because they kind of are. A lot of this stuff was agreed upon way before any of us were born. These deals, most of these deals were cut in the first half of the 20th century. And the one that solidified the petrodollar, I think, was with Nixon. That was only in like the late 60s, early 70s. But it's funny. I always got the idea when I was younger that the Arabs, that we weren't on the same team at all. With OPEC and the gas shortage in the 70s. Oh, that was bullshit. That was them. They cut a deal with us and the English after World War II, and in the 60s they realized that they were getting screwed and they could ask for way more. That was what they were doing with OPEC. That was them saying, "Hey, wait a second. You fucking screwed us 20 years ago. We can get a lot more." And they all banded together. They realized that they had been ducks when they signed that deal the last time. They realized that the British had tricked them. They had split them up into different broken up pieces of land, and they each individually took less. And they probably did different deals with each individual family. And then 20 years later, they're like, wait a second, fuck you guys. And they banded together as a cartel, as a trust, and bartered and bargained their resources because they really had us over a barrel. We gave them the deeds to those places. What's up, Hope? Yeah, they gave them the deeds. They gave those Arabs the deeds to the Middle East. So it's like, that's theirs rightfully. We were the ones that crowned them and gave them all that shit. And now they're using our, the deal against us. But, no matter what, it's still an awesome deal for us. Like I was saying, out of the goodness of their hearts, they were allowing us to run the Middle East, basically. We were running a protection racket. I mean, when you think about it, this stuff is very gangster like. Very gangster like. Think about this stuff, bro. Does this shit not seem like some mafia shit? Like with the Arabs and all, dude, this is nothing. Geopolitics is nothing but gangsterism. I mean, dude, when you think about it, it's like what game theory and stuff. Bro, that's all this stuff is. The same the same forces and variables and shit at play with territory or turf and gang wars, or in the mob back in the prohibition. Those are the same forces at work in geopolitics. And America is runs a protection racket. And come to find out, we don't run it very well. We're kind of a paper tiger. So now all of a sudden, that things are going to change because of that, because we had the threat of war. We had an implicit threat. When we threaten somebody, they didn't know what we're capable of. They just know that it's not good, or what they know what they've seen. Because after World War II, well, we only fought a major power one other time with China and in Korea, and it was rough. But that's it. Like, we've never really fought another major power since then. So it's been kind of just an implied threat up until recently, or up until this war. Now all of a sudden, you know, the emperor has no clothes. Where we have just they called us and we had to show them our cards. Yeah, fuck, it's ridiculous. Like, what the hell were these guys thinking to do this? You let sleeping dogs lie. How stupid. What kind of dipshits? And you'd think that, because their power and their influence in the world, it is directly tied to America's power. You'd think that they wouldn't have let Trump do that. But now they're never going to let another Trump-like character in. They're never going to. We're never going to get the guy who could actually do some damage and change things for us, make things better for us. We're never going to get that guy again. They're never going to let the presidency. It has too much power. They're not going to let that fall into a change agent's hands. They're just not going to let that happen. I mean, maybe I guess it could. There's always the chance, like because Trump was a fluke, but Trump is like a lesson that they had to learn. Trump is the result of us getting pissed off from all this bullshit happening for half a century. And now that Trump, and he made it even worse, they're not going to be comfortable with letting that happen again. But I mean, if maybe, we'll be able to, you know, collectively throw these fucking bums out. And like I said, if we could just replace them all together all at once and put a whole fresh crop in from top to bottom, I think that would probably fix it or at least ameliorate it. All of the little scams and grifts that were being run before, they wouldn't have anybody to keep them going. It would be all these fresh baby faces that didn't know the scams. They'd have to start over and relearn them again, figure them out. It would take them another 200 years, I would imagine. But Trump, oh, golden era, it's going to be the 250th birthday of America, blah blah blah. And look what you did for the 250th anniversary, you fucking artard, you jerk off. You literally shit the bed on our 250th anniversary, you fucking shit. And that's what he is. He's an idiot. It's supposed to be a golden age. I mean, and really all he had to do was just keep it at the status quo. If he had kept it at the status quo, everybody would have. That's all we asked of him, basically. It's just uh, let this country, don't let it change very as much while you're in power, and see if you can deport some people. No, no, we go for wars so that they can expand their power and fill their pockets. The Democrats aren't any better. They're the same damn thing. I mean, they're our only club against these fucking crooks at the moment. All we can do is vote for the other guy. But it's like at some point, like in the next few elections, we have to like collectivize and throw these fucks out and just replace them. That would work, man. I'm convinced that would work if we threw these bastards out and just brought in a whole new crop, whole fresh from top to bottom, man. Dude, guaranteed we would be so much better off. We would be better off with guys who didn't know what they were doing, but honest, than guys who do know what they're doing and totally dishonest. We would be better off with the former. At least the guys that were honest, at least they would be doing their fucking best and only doing as good as they know how. Yeah, Trump is absolutely a crook. Absolutely a crook. There's no two ways about that. I mean, he's shown himself to be that. He absolutely campaigned on one thing, campaigned against one thing, and then that's what he did. So that's as crooked as it gets. You can't be any more crooked than that. You know what I'm saying? Like that is we express no more of these forever wars and do some deportations. Well, the deportations we're and they didn't do the deportations because they were worried about their about losing their stupid ass the midterms. They're going to lose them anyway, and we're not going to get our deportations. It just pisses me off something awful. Even after Nick warned us. What are you talking about? Man, I wonder where the hell Nick is at. And like like they've steered us wrong. They've just steered us wrong. They've changed our way of life. They stripped out our traditions and They changed our way of life around, and now we're left fucking flat broke. Basically, we're not growing as a population like we were in the '90s. Yeah, it kind of that's why Trump got in, because we were being replaced. He's he is a consequence of all the chicanery and bullshit they've been pulling. That's what Trump is. He is a symptom of that, of all the bullshit. And they know that. They know that Trump was us pissed off at the way they've been running our country, how they've been running a debt. They won't do anything for us as a population, but they will take us to war. And it just goes to show they're willing to spend America's money. They don't care about the debt. They're willing to spend it on the shit that they want. It's got to grow their pockets. Yeah. And so for what? What are those going to tell you? What you already know, that they're a bunch of sick crooks? They're a bunch of sick, disgusting degenerates? It doesn't tell us anything we don't already know. These people are crooks. They all need to be thrown the fuck out. All of them. I don't care about the Epstein files. I'm ready to throw the baby out with the bathwater. I don't care about telling the difference between this one and that one. They're all crooks. Throw them all out. Or you know what? Shit, lynch them, crucify them. I don't care. Just get them the hell out of our government. Get them the hell out of from being above us, and deciding what's going to happen to us as a population. That's what I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I'm ready for that. Just get them the hell out of here. I don't really care if whether or not one of them did something worse than the other one. They're all crooks. They're all crooks. And they all have worked out these shitty little grifts. They've spent all their time figuring out how to leverage their positions in government, how to subjugate us as a population, as a herd. They're these they think they're untouchable, and that they have their positions solidified. It's they have control, and they'll never be knocked off. Well, that's stupid and arrogant of them to think. But these are they're playing with fire. Although maybe maybe that's why that's another reason why they're replacing us, because maybe we expect too much. I'm sure that's what I'm sure they think that. And they're replacing us. It's obvious that it's for good for them. They wouldn't be doing it if it wasn't good for them. They make the laws, and they decide where we go and how we live. And they wouldn't be importing people if it was not to their benefit. They would not be doing it. I mean, that's basically, you can tell how these people think by what they do, how they rule us, the laws they set. They're trying to make it illegal to criticize Israel, to criticize them. I mean, that's what they're trying to make it seem like their their censorship and their dictatorship, their little or their soft dictatorship. They're trying to make it seem like it's not a dictatorship by enacting laws against anti-Semitism or hate speech in some countries. No, that it's just a dictatorship. We're not at the point yet where we feel like it's a dictatorship. We don't feel like we're being ruled. We're not being ruled with an iron fist, I guess you could say. We have more freedom than most, but every year they take away more and more. They make and they're just itching to do this social credit score shit. Oh, their mouths are they're salivating at China's. I mean, and I heard Tucker say this the other day. When you're the top dog, everybody wants to be like you. They want to emulate you, and America knows what that's like. We had the world emulating us for a century. Now everybody's emulating China. Everybody's going the fucking autocracy. They're going the way of the dictatorship, the fucking censorship, the social credit score where nobody speaks out because they won't be able to eat tomorrow. Yeah, that's what England is doing. They've sent more people to jail for Facebook posts than Russia. That's what Europe is doing. Europe is just mirroring China. They're not mirroring us anymore because we're not we're slipping. And which bodes awful for everyone. The fact that Europe is already is already emulating China, and we're not even done yet. We're not even knocked off yet, and they're already doing that. That's scary when you think about it. Because imagine how our government is going to be when these are the obvious facts, when even an NPC can tell that we're not doing so hot, or that I mean that at some point it will be obvious. It won't be under, you won't have to scratch away at the surface like I did and kind of look at things like, look at them from 20,000 feet and kind of discern and figure out the incentives and shit. It'll be obvious. Right now, there's still, some shit is still flying under the radar, but all the sentiment, the bad sentiment towards Israel, there's a reason why it's towards Israel, because they're using Israel as their facade, their cover, so that we think it's not them. They're oppressing us under the guise of Israel, under the name of Israel. That way we don't, we're like, why don't you decouple? Decouple from the. No, it's them. But it keeps us from being pissed off at them. It keeps us from pointing the finger at them. We're not pointing the shit end of the stick at them right now. We're pointing it at Israel. But really, they are Israel. That's all it is. It's their way of doing oppressive shit to us, without us knowing. Pretty sure that's how they spy on us and shit. Like I said earlier, our Department of Homeland Security is based in Israel. All of our clandestine intelligence operations are like based out of Israel. That's how they just spy on us with Israel, if they need to. Ugh. And I mean, I think that's why the public sentiment for Israel is so low because they have been using it to oppress us basically. They've used it as a cudgel. They're making it illegal to criticize it. Why would you do that? Why would they do that unless it was them that were acting as Israel and they don't want us criticizing it because it's them. That's how that's how it's a dictatorship. They're just using disguises. That's all. They're disguising all of this chicanery. And they've gotten clever. You must admit, they have gotten clever. They have figured out how to do this shit without anybody realizing, being none the wiser. They figured it out, more or less. It's not obvious. And like I said, the media, they don't tell you everything. They tell you enough to kind of steer you in the direction they want us to go. But they don't tell us the way things really are. We're not getting the real. I mean, of course they're not going to give us the dope. They're not going to give us the scoop, the real deal. They don't want. They want us, like I said, that we're like mushrooms to them. Feeding us shit and keeping us in the dark. They don't want us knowing anything. We're on a need to know basis. We know just enough. We know what we need to know. But I mean, I think it's kind of obvious that this is how the world works, that it's pretty simple. It's pretty fucking simple, man. But we can bitch about it all we want, but we're always going to have a ruling class, whether we live on a plantation with a nobleman or we live in a country with a shepherd class, a ruling class. And the sheepdog are just the police. ICE, police, all these federal agencies, those are the sheepdog. And that's how they keep us in line. And their fucking media, it's just brainwashing. It's total bullshit. And they know that if you say the lie over and over enough times, people will start to believe it, and they do it. They play that game. It is Game of Thrones. It is. And it sucks, but it's like, that's life, man. Nobody said it was pretty. It's not pretty. But I feel like capitalism in America, people used to understand this stuff, that this is the way the world was. I mean, and that's communism. That's basically what communism is, points out, is that the world is the rulers and the ruled. And that communism thinks they can, re-engineer human beings and social engineering and they can fix things, but it doesn't work that way. We work ourselves into two groups, whether we like it or not. And most people don't want to rule. Most people don't want the responsibility. They don't want to have to make tough decisions. They just want to go to their job, collect their check, have their trinkets and their car and their house, and they're happy. That's the majority of people. That's all they need. Let me have some kids. Let me, have a piece of ass, a kept woman that I can, enjoy every day after work, and it'll be copacetic from there. You just all men need is a kept woman, some kids, and some shelter, and they're good to go. That's all they need, man. And although some people are more ambitious, the smarter people, they want to rule everybody. They want to be in control. They like that, They want to, and they want to be that. Not, and most people don't have the aptitude to rule, to make decisions, tough decisions. Because these politicians, they've done a lousy job, but like they didn't always do a lousy job. And would you want to be the president? Like, you have the whole country in your hands. Trump, he's blundered, made this colossal blunder. Dude, he's blown it. He's a choke artist. Total choke artist. And our lives are going to get worse because of that. We are going to have more difficult lives because of this guy. He's such an idiot, such an arrogant ass. And I used to think like people would be like, "Oh, he's vain, he's arrogant, he's such a piece of he's such a prick." I used to think, well, like that's like an act, you know what I mean? That's an act, he doesn't and no, that is him. He's just an arrogant idiot. And you can't even count on his arrogance. You can't even count on the fact that he what is it? Self-preservation. You can't even count on that incentive structure working. He's not smart enough, apparently. We had a good thing going here and he fucks it up. Like, and the fear of him fucking up, the fear of him, muffing it, botching, blundering, wasn't enough for him to not fuck up. Like, what an idiot. All he had to do is do his 4 years and hand it off to the next guy. All he had to do was do a little bit of deportations and hand it off, and he would have been, he would have gone down in history because he lost he it was 3 terms he ran for. But now he's fucked, man. He is going to go down as an awful. He's going to go down as a shitty person in history, in American history, truly. The Hatfields and McCoys. What are you guys talking about? Bunch of pussies. Bunch of fucking pussies in here. I'm just playing with you guys. My dogs. Man, where is Nick, bro? It's 11:40. I've just been running my suck muscle for like 4 hours. Like, or 3 hours. What the fuck, Nick, you punk? Come beat that ass. Come whoop that ass. Mm, man, I kind of, I don't, I'm not mad at Nick, but I feel let down that he didn't explain all this to me. I had to figure it out for myself. Because I always thought, Nick, he tells us how it is, and he does, but it's like he puts together some of the pieces. You know how he always say, "Oh, Israel, it's Israel, it's Israel." Well, that's half the story. You know what I mean? Like that's going halfway. He connected the dots halfway. But when it comes down to it, really, that's our elites. Israel is our elites. They're just screwing us, but they're double dipping. They're doing it with America, using our country as a figurehead and using a front as a figurehead. And it just kind of it's kind of I don't know, I feel a little bit let down. Like, geez, I thought that that I was getting the whole story from Nick. Although, and I don't hold it against him. Maybe he doesn't. He didn't think of. I don't think that's no, but he would have said no show tonight if he's not. He's coming on, bro. We're in the middle of the Iran war. Why do you think I did a show midday? You think it was because I was just bored? No, I was dying to do that show. I should have done it over the weekend, but really, I'm glad I didn't because it was a better show. No, why not? I won't let you curse me. Why not? That's funny. Let me see. I'm not. I haven't even seen it in a few minutes. What is it? Nightbot keep throwing you out? Oh no, it just won't let you put those words in. Ha! I mean, I just thought. Oh, I appreciate it, man. Thank you, Jason. I just felt like I wish that I could have heard the raw truth. Just give it to me raw. Tell me how bad it is. You know what I mean? Like I wish that I could find some place to get that. And because I can't get that anyplace, I went, I I took the uh the initiative and went and looked at everything myself, and I feel like I got something, and I'm like, well, I may as well tell you guys, like, because I would want you to tell me if had more or less put the puzzle together. I would want to be told that I would want to be told as well. That's why I said, and also I would like to become that guy, like somebody a truth teller. That would be fucking awesome. I think I have kind of a knack at this. I think I'm it's similar to Nick. I have a gift, I guess, a skill or a gift or whatever you want to call it. But I can kind of put this information together. Well, if I can get enough of a view, put the puzzle together enough to where I can start to get the picture. And I'm pretty good with patterns and shit. And that's kind of why I did that show today, because yeah, well, it's like I would want to be told that stuff, just like I assume that you guys would want to be told that stuff, because it's like I don't really. I know life sucks. Like nobody's ever going to give you guys roses, fucking potpourri, and it's never going to be sweet smelling. Life is rough, man. It doesn't matter. Like there is no free lunch. You guys know this. All men know this. There is no such. Women don't realize this, but men do. There's no such thing as a free lunch. If somebody tells you they got a free lunch, you know, uh, like what's his name, Aldo Ray said in fucking Inglorious Bastards. When something smells suspicious, usually means when somebody there's I forget what he says, but it usually means it's bullshit. When something sounds too good to be true, it ain't. It's that simple. When somebody says they got a free lunch, they think you're a mark. They think you're a fucking mark. They think you're a sucker, and they're trying to get one over on you. And I think definitely you guys, but I think the American people, I think we deserve to know how it is. Yeah, nobody thinks life is lollipops and gumdrops. I mean, we've had it pretty good as Americans, but I would rather know what is actually on the horizon. That way I can prepare myself for it. I will accept my fate. We have no choice. You have to accept your fate. You have no choice. And I would rather go into it eyes wide open than, dude, these and this is the reason why I went and looked all this stuff up, because I am tired of being blindsided by this awful shit. Our country in decline and shit, and then we keep getting blindsided by by stuff coming out of nowhere. Like remember like 2008, the financial, the housing bubble. Bro, that shit sucks, man. It's our elites hiding the ball on us while things are getting worse and worse, and they fill their pockets. Same thing with like the Great Depression and the Wall Street crash. They don't tell anybody until it's too late because they're too busy filling their pockets. They're too busy taking advantage of the situation, dooming everybody else to, you know, uh, becoming paupers and shit. And we deserve better than that. We deserve to hear the truth. We pay for everything. We keep the lights on. We do all this shit. We run this. I mean, we pay for everything. This is all our shit. And yeah, we have to have a ruling class. We have to, we're a herd. We have to have shepherds. But if that's fine, we don't have a choice in that. But, it's things are going to change. They need to be honest with us. Like, okay, you can be shepherds, but you can't fucking just be dictators. You don't get to just be evil, evil dictator tyrants. That's unacceptable. Being ruled, we don't have a choice. People are ruled, whether we like it or not. We do the hierarchy thing naturally. Me and you, we all do that. We all have this propensity for hierarchies as human males. And we have to have a ruling class, whether we like it or not. That's the way the world works. But we don't have, they don't have to control us like, a bunch of jays, just like lambs to the slaughter, sheep to the shambles. No, fuck that. No, we don't, that's unacceptable. You're not just going to march us off to chambers, ovens and shit. No. I want, you need to be honest with us, like you're in this position of responsibility and this position of privilege at our pleasure, god damn it. That's the whole point of the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence. Bro, you're in your position at our pleasure. You serve at our pleasure. Don't get that shit twisted. You're not special. You're not gods. You're just people that are doing a job. And it would be nice if they just fucking leveled with us and were honest and just fucking were honest about the way they're doing the shit. I seen Laura Loomer, bro. I think where was she? She was in India yesterday or over the weekend. And this bitch is so crazy. She straight up, she's like, yeah, I'm an Islamophobe. And she's like, these insane, and she's in front of a crowd of Hindus and shit, but she's like, just coming out and bashing the Muslims. Like, I'm like, dude, these people have lost their fucking minds, bro. These Jays, man, they have lost their fucking minds. Mark Levin, Laura Loomer, Ben Shapiro, bro, they are space cadets. They're space cadet status, dude. They're fucking crazy, man. Like, I can't believe the shit that Laura Loomer was saying to Indians, bro. They're like Muslims, basically. Pretty much, damn near. And she's just like going off on him, and it's like, yo, you're not making friends by talking like that. Like, I don't take kindly to people like these people talking shit about Muslims, because I know they talk the same shit about us. You think they see Christians any different than Muslims? Fuck no. Are you kidding me? They see us all as the same. We're all in the same barrel together, same bucket together. And fuck them. Like, I don't like the way they talk about Muslims. They talk about them in terms of genocide, bro. These disgusting, filthy people. Like, why? Because, they don't like being ruled over by fucking thieves like you happy merchant fucks. You disgusting people. I mean, and that Laura Loomer shit blew my fucking mind. I think it was on X, dude. Yeah, it was on X that I saw it, and I was just like, whoa, man, this lady is out there, dude. Why isn't anybody stopping her? Yo, here it is. Ha! Oh, shit. Let me pull this up. That's another debate. That's another debate. That's a concern. High skilled labor. Those jobs. The Americans. The Americans. The jobs. Oh God, this guy's cracking me up.
They make money, but those harsh comments, some of those comments that came from you, or that anti-India criticism, or that feeling against India, doesn't that create bad blood between the two people?
Doesn't that create bad blood,
great
my
relationship
friend?
over decades?
Thank you.
I think what creates bad blood is a sense of entitlement, and a sense of entitlement and disrespect towards American students and American people who have worked.
She is a psycho, dude.
I think it's important
because AI is also an enabler, but that's another debate.
I gotta use the bathroom,
As far as
gentlemen.
H-1B visas are concerned,
right back.
one highly
Don't
skilled
laugh too
labor
much.
or those jobs that cannot be fulfilled by the Americans, those are jobs that are coming in, and that benefits American companies too. They make money, but those harsh comments, some of those comments that came from you, or that anti-India criticism, or that feeling against India, doesn't that create bad blood between the two people who've otherwise had a great relationship over decades?
I think what creates bad blood is a sense of entitlement, and a sense of entitlement and disrespect towards American students and American people who have worked very hard and are now suffering unemployment. They're suffering unemployment, and they're being told by executives of companies that they've aspired to work for their entire lives that they are not the best and brightest. And that's the terminology that is used. The best and brightest needs to be imported. And we have intelligent people, we have smart people, we have talented people in the United States of America who can also take those jobs. And I truly believe that if we're able to have a cordial debate and have understanding from the government of India and the people of India that the American people just want to have employment as well, and they want our labor laws to not be exploited. They want our immigration laws to be enforced and not exploited by companies that want to import cheap labor. I think that you would see a rapid decrease in some of those harsh comments online.
Laura, can we address the elephant in the room?
Are you guys
First
laughing
up,
or what?
Do you want some water, or are you carrying your
You want
own?
some water?
Oh, I think I'm fine.
Would you like some
You're good?
water?
Yeah, great. So there have been certain tweets, Laura, because you're in India right now. And what you've done, and let me say this, it's a feat. Because by the virtue of those tweets, you've done the impossible. You've got the left in India and the right in India come together and being uncomfortable with those tweets. So in that way, there's a lot to thank you, because that rarely ever happens in India. But they've come together in the criticism, Laura, of some of your tweets earlier. You've deleted most of them. On what you perceive is your image of India and Indians. Do you regret it? Because you deleted them, so that's why I asked you.
Oh, and now they're calling her to the carpet.
Twitter deleted some of them. I had no choice but to delete some of them because Twitter actually locked my account, believe it or not. In the aftermath of that, they actually, restricted my account in December. This is what I'll say. I'm not going to apologize for my comments about the H-1B visa program, because my job is to speak for Americans and to stand up for American interests. And our immigration laws have been exploited and abused. And our labor laws have also been exploited and abused. And I'm going to continue being an advocate and a fighter for American workers who are struggling to find employment because they're told they're not the best and the brightest. In a field, right, in Silicon Valley and tech that is dominated by over 70% imported foreign labor, mostly from China and India.
Mostly imported by your fucking brethren.
I shouldn't have said some of the things that I said in the other tweets, not about H-1B, and I apologize if my remarks offended people. And I'm here in India this week, and I'm spending several days in India where I'm going to be traveling the country. I'm very excited to be here. Everybody's been very friendly. I'm very happy to be able to experience India myself. But I will say I don't have hatred in my heart for India or Hindu people. I'm an advocate for Hindus. I speak out against the brutality of Islam that has persecuted millions of Hindus around the world, and I don't come from a place of hatred. My comments come from a place of love for my people and my country.
Listen to this woman.
Where do you see India-US relations go from this place? And personally,
they don't believe a fucking
I believe
word.
You have some good news to share even on the personal front. I believe you plan to travel to different parts of the country.
Yeah, you better watch your fucking back,
I actually
bitch.
brought my fiance with me. I just recently got engaged, so I'm getting married, and I thought, wow, it would be really great to do my engagement photos at the Taj Mahal. So I'm going to do some photos at the Taj Mahal for my engagement. It'll be exciting.
Yeah. Well, congratulations, Laura, on that.
Laura.
Because I am a journalist,
hopefully
so allow me to paraphrase. So you correctly with what you said, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you are, where your stand on H-1B visas are, and you don't
Blackjack
apologize,
to
you're
the
right. But for
skull.
certain tweets which hurt the
Lights
sentiment
out.
of the Indian community, you wish you hadn't said those.
Yes, I don't
'Cause they were
apologize for my
stupid.
tweets about
I'm evil.
H-1B because I do believe that
evil.
it was very disrespectful the way that these big tech social media executives who have predominantly always been Democrat, then they wrote these big checks to President Trump and his administration thinking that they were going to be able to buy influence and come into the Republican Party and the MAGA movement.
To literally slander them as people. You disgusting, evil bitch. How is that okay? How does that make it okay? Oh, because the leftists they're Democrats. The social media platform owners, they're Democrats. Yeah, they're responding to incentives. It is what, you know what I mean? Like, these people aren't, she's evil, and she's trying to pretend like they're evil because they can get cheaper laborers from India. You know, they're just doing what's best for them, their bottom line. This bitch, she's using that as a cover for him to be a genocidal, ethnic, disgusting person, like going around, you know, slandering these people, making us look bad, man. Making us look bad, saying the shit, like pretending that she's our figurehead. She's our elected spokesperson. Bitch, nobody elected your ugly ass. Nobody. You're disgusting. Look at you in your fucking ugly ass green pantsuit.
And that we were going to forget their support for open borders policies and their support for importing labor and their disrespect of the MAGA conservative base. I'm not apologizing for that. But
no, because
the
of their
comments,
disrespect to you. I'm sure it has nothing to do with us.
I should not have said them. And I hope that people will be able to judge me by the advocate that I've always shown myself to be for
they
Hindu
will,
people.
because India is a really warm country.
Yes.
And they're going to embrace you. You're going to Taj Mahal, you're going to have a fabulous time. They're going to love you and your fiancé, because that's what we do. We have a lot of love.
That's what we do.
Yes, and I've seen that.
Do,
I've felt a lot of love here in India, and I look forward. I hope to be able to come back to India in the future as well for future conferences and to be a part of this expanding alliance between the United States and India and Israel.
Alliance. Bitch, nah, you're fixing to get squeezed out. You ain't gonna be
India's
in power
culture
over here long.
is all about togetherness.
Yes.
Together.
You know,
We're together, my
move
friend.
together.
You know, really, in the wild, there are the way that animals survive. You know, they have strategies. They have survival strategies. And you know, I was talking about herds and shepherds and shit earlier. Well, there's only a few strategies of survival for herd animals. And the Serengeti, fucking superb. Like, it would be awesome to be a biologist, like fucking around in the Serengeti, just like kind of observing and shit. But like, one of the ways that herds survive, like with zebras, the way that they look out, or the way that their strategy against lions is, you know, for every 7 or 10 zebra that are eating, there's one zebra that keeps their head up. There's always a lookout. They have a lookout. You know, that way, if a lion or a tiger starts sneaking up on him, somebody's looking, somebody's watching. So they can all, you know, they can all scatter. And then there's also, although herding is a strategy in itself, but there's that strategy where, and also they all run in the same direction naturally. That's another strategy. But that strategy of them eating and they have one lookout at all times for every 10 horses or so, and every 10 zebra, and they do that, you know, where there'll be like a group of female horses, and the one male horse of the group will keep their eyes peeled and make sure nothing sneaks up on them. Well, that's basically what we have going on right now with the media. Like, the media, they're supposed to be the horse that's the lookout. They're supposed to be our lookout. And really what it is, you know, like the stuff that I come to you guys with, that, you know, the stuff about Iran, different videos and this and that. These are the things this is the information and the data that I gather during my day. You know, this is what I do. I make it my business to keep up with current events, to keep up with what is happening in the world, what our politicians are doing, how they're spending our money, you know, and you guys, and you know, that's what the media is. We're paying the media to be our lookout. We're saying, hey, you know, and kind of me somewhat, but it's like, hey, we will pay you. We will make this your job. So haven't got to work every day. So you don't need to wake up before the ass crack of dawn. We'll all work and we will give you a wage so that you can look out for us. And it's fair. It is fair because honestly, the stuff that like that, this stuff about Iran, I promise you, I would have never figured this out if I had a job. Never. Like, you have to be watching. You have to understand what's happening as it's happening. You know what I mean? Like, you really have to be immersed in this bullshit. And and that's why I made a go of it. That's why I haven't had a job for a little while, because I know I just didn't have the time to do videos and to keep an eye on everything. But our media, they really, and all of these pundits, nobody really, they don't do a good job anymore. Like, their whole point, we pay that we put them in these positions. We allow them to be, basically they're a form of a shepherd too. These people that are pundits, they have an audience, and that audience pays for them to not have to work. Literally pays for them to gather information for the audience. And what ends up happening, though, is either they stay loyal to their audience or somebody slides through and buys them off, pays them to mislead their audience. That's what that is. They're paying somebody to mislead their audience. They're paying somebody to not alert you when there's a predator afoot, because they will screw us. They will, and like, we need to be an informed group of people. We need to be an informed country so that we can, because they're not doing it anymore. This Epstein stuff, all this shit, they're getting away with murder, and the media, they're not saying anything, and like, since this Iran stuff, and I've really had to really stick with it and keep up on it. But I'm finally starting to feel like, wow, okay, I am good at this. This is something. This is, I can do this, and I can do a good job at it. I can do this. I can be the lookout, more or less. And I really, I was kind of hesitant to, I hadn't really come up with anything of value or really told you guys anything that you couldn't, just flip on the news and see. But, like having, coming up and kind of figuring out this shit for myself, and then seeing, like, even Nick, I feel like he tells us more than everybody else, but even he doesn't like lay it out and like kind of complete the puzzle. He'll like put like sections of it together and then show us the different sections. Whereas, if we're going to be a discerning, intelligent, discerning population that makes good choices and, understands what these fucking predator crooks are trying to do, what they're trying to, like, how they're trying to, take away our freedoms or gain, or, fill their pockets. I mean, and I'm a conservative guy, but some of this stuff, like, we don't want a liberal or a conservative as our media. We want somebody who's going to be a rabid fucking dog with this shit, a straight up junkyard dog when they get a bone. Like, you ain't getting, this is my fucking bone, like, and they just track shit down and fucking ferret stuff out and then bring it to us. Like, that's what we need. We don't need a conservative pundit. Fuck that, man. I want a guy, and I would like to be a guy who's like, hey, both of the fucking choices suck ass, but this one is the better choice. This one is the honest choice. You know what I mean? Like, because they're like South Park famously said, one's a turd sandwich and the other one's a giant douche. They both suck, but you have to choose one or the other. And, I'd want to, I've never really had the confidence to be able to, or to even have any faith in our media. And it sucks because, 100 years ago, those newspapermen, those old school newspapermen, man, they were junkyard fucking dogs, bro. They would never give up a scoop. You couldn't pay them to give up a scoop because that would make their career. They would be a man of prestige. They would have prestige amongst their cohorts and their colleagues. So you couldn't pay them off. They were like, no, this is a fucking killer scoop. I don't give a shit. You can't pay me enough to have me bury it. I mean, and that is a position of responsibility. It's a position of danger too, because people will have you killed. I honestly, I don't know what all took place, but I'm pretty sure Charlie Kirk was killed by maybe it wasn't Israel for sure, but bro, it was our elites that had him killed. Charlie Kirk was shot and killed so that this war could take place. That's a fact. I mean, bro, as far as I'm concerned, that is for sure a fact. Our elites had Charlie Kirk killed because he wasn't one of them. He wasn't one of them. And he wasn't going to go along, just like Tucker hasn't gone along. And honestly, maybe these media people, like Tucker and Nick, maybe they don't tell us everything because they don't need to tell us everything. Maybe telling us everything is an unnecessary risk. That maybe they get killed for telling us everything, whereas to get us to revolt and to do what we need to do to keep these people from subjugating us, they don't need to tell us everything. Maybe, like I was saying, we're on a need to know basis. Maybe we don't need to know the whole thing. We don't need to know every dirty little secret, but we need to know enough of it. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I think Nick and Tucker do that. Like, that's probably why they don't tell us everything, all of the shady, dirty shit, the backroom stuff, because we don't necessarily need to know that. Maybe it's just a risk that they don't need. It's risking their life because there's no doubt about it. They can, our fucking crooked ass gangster ruling elites, they're not above having somebody whacked. Obviously, that's a fact. Like whether we like it or not, that's another fact. Like they had Maduro snatched up. If they can do it to him, if they can do it to the leader, the leader of a country, they can do it to me and you. If they're that brazen and bold, like they're unchecked by any rules apparently because they didn't bat an eye. They did that shit in front of everybody. And they had China and all them saying, "Damn, tip of the hat, America. You guys are really getting your groove with the dictatorship. Hell yeah." I mean, you bet your ass China and them did that. Tip of the hat there, America. You guys are getting it done. Y'all have some balls, man. We thought we were the ballsy ones. Pretty much, man. And they do hold back. See, Alex Jones, they don't tell us everything. But maybe it's unreasonable for us to expect them to tell us everything. But like that, what I just laid out with the media, yeah, that's kind of what I would like to be. I would like to get paid to do this. I think I'm good at it. And, I think honestly, I don't think it's unreasonable either. I think, like I said, that is a survival strategy and it's a proven one. That shit works. It's the only thing is you need somebody who's going to be honest, keep honest, somebody that you can, you know, hold to account or that you can trust. And I mean, I would say I think we used to have that with the newspaper era in the early 20th century, but they turned the media into a propaganda outlet. What's up there? To not to hear or whatever. Man, I don't know what's up with Nick, bro. It's 12:10. He hasn't sent out any sort of a message here. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is, man. I guess he's not doing his thing today. Or maybe he didn't send out a thing. Let me check. That would be some bullshit if he had already came on earlier and I just did. Oh no, yeah, his thing's on. Yeah, he just hasn't started. Wow. Holy shit. That's crazy. I was thinking it's after midnight. Where the fuck is this cat? Like, this is ridiculous. Redonkulous. Hell yeah. Yeah, I probably am gonna set up a membership thing on YouTube. I wasn't, I didn't feel comfortable with doing it before, but now it's kind of like, I kind of do have my own shtick, I guess you could say, and at this point, why not? Why not have a community like that? Everybody else does, and I over the weekend, I kind of was thinking to myself, God damn it, I wish I just had a bigger platform, because it would have been nice to actually be able to make a difference, and wake everybody up to what the hell they're doing to us. You know what I'm saying? Wake everybody else up. But, that takes time. And it is what it is. There's nothing I can do about it. All I can do is kind of, go forward with that in mind. Uh, yeah, well, I pulled up his stream. He hasn't said he's going live yet, but it's on, so it means he is going live if he has this montage and shit up. But it is kind of nice to like. I actually, I. It's not that I've impressed myself, but I feel like, okay, I actually have something to offer. Like I have proven it to myself that I can do this and that I can actually offer some value. Wasn't so sure about that before. You know, but I think I do have a pretty good, not that my opinion is special, but I think I can, I'm pretty good at kind of putting the puzzle pieces together. Some of this stuff just, when I kind of started to I'm starting to learn how to take notes. I really didn't learn that in school. I didn't need to, but I'm starting to figure out how to organize everything so that I can pull patterns out of it, or I can see I can see what's going on. I understand where stuff is going, what the logical conclusions are. I mean, it's all incentives, and it's pretty simple. That these people are just trying to make money off of us. We all make money. We have an income, and they want a cut of it, and they're just trying to figure out how they can expand that cut, make it bigger, how they can give us the least back and get the most money with doing the least amount of work, making our lives the least amount better, or if maybe even worse, possibly. But, and we have to have people, and, we have to have people that are willing to tell us the truth, that are willing to, take on that risk and tell us the truth. Tell us what the hell is going on. What is happening. Like, tell us when our elite structure, our elite class, or our ruling class is being taken over by the Jays. Tell us when, I mean, this stuff matters. It matters, man. Our quality of life has gone down since those, dude. It's no coincidence that right about the time Israel started getting belligerent and fucking and doing crazy shit and got a nuclear weapon is right about the time that we started getting sold out by our ruling class. This shit is not coincidental, and I can see it. I mean, when I look at the stuff, it's like that's obviously that was meant to be that way. Nothing is by accident. Not today. Not in this day and age. All this shit, the elites, they have a firm grasp on the way the world works, and they know some things are out of their control. And when something is out of your control, okay, you may not be able to stop something to happen, but how do you set yourself up to be, to be advantaged by it? How do you profit from that, from whatever the event is? How do you benefit from it? How do you come out better than everybody else? That's all they do. That's all they do. Things change. AI changes. All they're doing right now is figuring out how they can leverage that to make their lives better. How can they use AI? They haven't figured it out yet, I don't think. It doesn't look like it. But they're like trying to figure out how can we leverage AI to make the slice of the pie for us bigger? How can we squeeze more money out of these people? I mean, that's all it is. It's as simple as that. Every time things change, they roll with the changes. They go with the flow, and they make sure that they benefit from it in the end. That's all it is, man. That's all that's going on. There's nothing superhuman. There's nothing I mean, it's all conspiracies, but there's nothing magical. There's nothing miraculous about it. This is just down and dirty human, uh, the interpersonal dynamics. That's all this is human relationships. And there's nothing. magical or metaphysical about relationships. There's nothing metaphysical about that. And they go they go at scale, you know. Our government is nothing but human relationships. All these interactions are nothing but human interactions and human relationships. They're slick enough. They think of things in a way where, and I'm sure they think of things intently and deliberately, you know, that, oh, you know, this major event is about to happen. How do we fucking make sure that we benefit from this and we stay in power? That's all they're doing. They're not doing anything crazy, nothing wildly, you know, like out of this world, you know, metaphysical or spiritual. Although the Epstein shit is pretty disgusting and wild, but most of it is pretty mundane, pretty humdrum. You know, the banality of evil. I've heard it said, and it is. It is. There is kind of a banality to it, but you know, it's too black and white just to say, oh, this, you know, it's all evil. You know, this is evil. It's like, no, it's kind of just life. And if you want to call life evil, sure, go for it. But you know, like there has to be winners and losers, you know. Okay, Nick just sent out his message going live. But you know, there has to be winners and losers. There has to be. There's no life is a zero sum game. And you know, it's not evil. It's just it is what it is. And crying and moaning about that, you know, focusing on the bad parts is dumb because there is good that can be harvested from life. You know, there are good times. There are good jobs. There are good ways of life. You know, some ways of life are better than others. And to just throw the baby out with the bathwater is childish, at least in my opinion. You know, there is still plenty in life to enjoy. And, you know, like I was saying about the movies earlier, those movies, not only did they give us a sense of honor and a sense of fair play, but they also gave us meaning. Those movies gave us meaning, bro. You know, there's more to life than just money. And movies, old movies, they used to have that. There would be like little throwaway lines in movies where a guy, you know, a character would say, you know, there's more to life than just money. Well, you know, you need to hear that. Like, we need to hear that as people, that there's more to life than just money, because you can get caught up in the money. And when every movie you see reminded you that there's more to life than just money, it made us content with a family, content without some extravagant lifestyle, because you grew up listening to stories that were, you know, that explain that, you know, money isn't everything. You know, there is, and we found, and it gave us meaning, you know, because this modern day and age, everything's about money, everything's about clicks and likes. It used to be, you know, like, not, you know, everything isn't about money. A lot of it is relationships, family. Like, you know, you get a lot of satisfaction, a lot of, you know, that's a big part of quality of life. And I feel like our old movies, not only did they teach us values, but they hedged our expectations of life. We expect too much out of life. We do. You know, I mean, some of it isn't too much. Like, we do deserve to have families. We do deserve that kind of happiness. But, you know, to expect to everybody to expect to be rich, everybody to expect to be, you know, the money to be, you know, land of milk and honey, just, you know, everybody wants going to be influencers and shit. It's like, no, that's no, you're just setting yourself up to be let down. You know, you know, there is more to life than just money. There is more to life than just fame. And honestly, if that was all there was to life, it wouldn't be really worth living. You know, like it really isn't all it's cracked up to be. And movies used to keep us grounded. They used to remind us that there was more to life than just money, than just clicks and shit. There was family, there was friendships, relationships, you know, careers, the pride you got from building your community up, the pride you got from providing for your children and your wife. Like, there's there's so much more to life than just that shit. And like, we lost a lot when Hollywood just turned against us, when they turned Hollywood against us and just went totally political. We lost a lot, man. We lost a lot of value, a lot of cultural value, real cultural cachet, cultural purchase. You know, it made us a God-fearing people. It made us honest, fair, civilized, understanding. You know, it made us, and it was, we were constantly reminded. People saw a lot of movies, and you know, they beat good things into our head, not evil shit like cheating on your wife or your husband. They beat good things into us, like there's more to life than just money and just sex and shit. Like there's more to it than that. They beat that shit into our heads at once upon a time, and it made us better. Now they beat in slop and toxicity. That's what we get. But yeah, the show's fixing to start. Man, I don't know.
Good evening, everybody. You're watching America First. My name is Nicholas J. Fuentes. We got a great show for you tonight.
You better believe it.
Very excited to be back here with you tonight on Monday. We have a lot to talk about tonight, lots to get into. Big show. Our featured story tonight, we're back in Iran. Day 17. We are halfway through the third week. Hard to believe. Already through the halfway through our third week in a war with Iran. They said initially it would be 4 days, maybe 4 weeks. We've been getting mixed signals the entire time. Where's it going to go? Are we going to escalate? Are we going to withdraw? There is still no end in sight in the war. And as the war drags on, the biggest problem, as we've been discussing for the past couple of weeks, is that Iran has completely closed the Strait of Hormuz, and there is no way to get it open. Now, there's some relief on this front. These have been some of the developments of the past weekend. Iran has actually allowed some allied shipping containers or tankers through the strait, which has actually eased some of the upward pressure on crude oil. So it seems that at least for now, oil prices are stabilizing. That being said, it's still largely closed. Now, the big development from this weekend, and I don't know how many of you have paid close attention to some of the chatter.
My niggas.
But it has been
something. My niggas.
So we talked last week, I believe on Friday, about Trump's gambit at Karg Island.
Fucking idiot.
He launched a massive airstrike against military assets on Karg Island in the Persian Gulf. It's an Iranian island off the coast of Iran. And it is critical and essential because this is where 90% of Iran's oil is ultimately exported. It gets piped out or shipped out via pipeline from Iran's coast to the island, where the super tankers and very large ships load it up on board and then take it out to China and other countries. So Trump bombed that island very hard last week, and it seems like maybe the play, haven't seen anything yet, but maybe the play is to invade that island and seize Iran's oil infrastructure. There's been a lot of talk about that. I believe it was officially reported in Axios this weekend that might happen. However, for now, and this is the big story for tonight, this is our major development, Trump is trying to get an international coalition together to open up the strait by force. And we discussed this also on Friday, that it seems the Pentagon and the State Department and the White House, it seems that the big operation that they're really into, it's a form of denial, is they really believe they're going to pry the Strait of Hormuz back open. Iran has effectively shut it down with missiles and, as of Wednesday, potentially mines, undersea mines, that will detect any commercial or military vessels and blow them up. And the idea is that Trump will go in with the U.S. Navy, maybe an aircraft carrier, and they will somehow, I don't know how you do this, but they're somehow going to open it up by force by preventing Iran from launching missiles or laying mines. Again, I don't know exactly how that's even going to work. Now, that was the idea on Friday, that they're going to maybe invade Iran's coastline with 5,000 Marines at the strait. Once they do that, or maybe even before that, they make some play for Karg Island, which is actually inside the strait. The big pitch this weekend, Trump says he wants to get an international coalition of other countries to actually join the war, provide their naval assets, and with the United States, launch a joint operation to open up the strait. And it's been pretty comical. Trump said over the weekend that there was an international coalition. He said, effectively, we're not going to do all the heavy lifting. We're not going to shoulder the entire burden. Of course, the closure of the strait is affecting everybody, and it's hurting some more than others. He said, so anybody that is affected by this, maybe Japan, maybe Europe, Australia, they need to send their navy and they need to share in the cost. They need to share, they need to be stakeholders in the conflict, and they need to volunteer and donate some of their military assets to assist the United States in this totally insane operation to force the strait back open. What is amusing is that nobody is biting on this. Not a single country.
Nope.
And almost as quickly as Trump announced that there was an international coalition, and the way that he said it, it sounded like it was a done deal. Sounded like it already happened. He said, well, we have this coalition. They're going to come in and help us. And they have to because they're being affected by it, so they need to shoulder the burden too. Well, as soon as he said that, Japan came out and said, we're not helping. Australia came out and said, we're not helping. Germany, Poland, France, Italy have all come out, the European Union, and they have all said, we want nothing to do with this. This is not our war. We're not helping. We're not part of the international coalition. It's just not going to happen. So where does that leave us as of Monday? Well, we're in basically the same place today as we were last Monday and the Monday before that, which is we have plunged ourselves into this conflict. Predictably and inevitably, Iran has closed the strait. It has turned into an attritional war, which, as we've discussed many times now, has to do with the economics of manufacturing drones and missiles and the interceptors that shoot them down. It has to do with Iran's ability not just to survive as a regime, but also to launch missile strikes at the Gulf and at the Persian Gulf, the Gulf nations and their territory, but also the waterways, in particular the Strait of Hormuz. And the United States is now completely unable to extricate themselves from the conflict without either rapidly escalating and bringing boots on the ground, most likely, or withdrawing, losing face in a shameful humiliation and handing Iran a strategic victory, after which the situation only rolls on. Even with a withdrawal, it just keeps going, and we probably revisit Iran at a later date. We probably come back there, I would assume, after the midterm elections, and then we do option number one, which is a form of a ground invasion. U.S. assets, U.S. boots on the ground, whether it's mercenaries, whether it is NGOs from the State Department, intelligence agencies. Trump plunged not just the White House and the government and our country into this war, but he plunged the entire world into the war without any plan or an exit strategy. And now this kind of ham-fisted, weak, last-ditch effort, they're going to send the military to pry it back open. It seems to have absolutely zero buy-in from any one of our allies, which is, it just gets better and better. So we'll talk all about that. That'll be our main story. We're also going to talk tonight about Trump's defense of Mark Levin.
Oh my God, it's
Mark
disgusting.
Levin.
Trump turned
just when you thought it doesn't get any better. And it's gotten pretty good. I mean, I've really gotten a kick out of it. I know I shouldn't because a lot of people are dying, obviously, and it is ruinous and catastrophic. It's in a way very heartbreaking that Trump is destroying his legacy and his movement like this.
Yep.
We all realize that for one time or another, we've been living a lie in this movement. Our aspirations and hopes have been misplaced. Yep. So in a way, it's very sad. But as you know, for a long time, I told you that this is exactly how it works, and this is how it would play out. And I predicted a lot of what is happening, and so it's gotten very good from that point of view. I guess you could say it's getting very bad, and for me, from the point of view of being vindicated, it's gotten very good. And with each passing week, it just gets more and more outrageous. Last week, you have Laurel Loomer, and I'm sure we'll talk about this maybe tomorrow or later in the week. Laurel Loomer is saying that she referred Tucker Carlson to the Justice Department. Laurel Loomer, who is one of the absolute worst human beings alive, she's going to get Tucker Carlson sent to jail. Now, we don't know if that's true. He could be making that up. Who knows? But you have things like that happening, and you have Rubio admitting Israel dragged us into a war with Iran, and you have Trump saying whether we end the war is going to be a mutual decision with Israel. So it's like every day it gets better. Every day it's something new. Well, yesterday, this has got to be the cherry on top. This one, what even is there left to say? That's all I had to say about it this morning on Twitter. I said, what even is there left to say? Yesterday, Trump goes on another one of his infamous Truth Social screeds. It used to be funny. He used to be on Twitter, and it was 140 characters, and it was pithy, and it was short. They have a saying, brevity is the soul of wit. So these were short and punchy and pithy and staccato. And now he goes on Truth Social, and it's that crying Wojak, you know, look at my 5,000 word, look at my 10,000 word Truth Social post, bitching and crying and moaning about Russia, 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 the radical left, shifty shit, you know, all this kind of stuff. It's too much. It's too much. It's not good anymore. So he does another one of these infamous Truth Social screeds. And this one is he is going to the mat for Mark Levin. And Mark Levin and Ben Shapiro have been in this war against everybody that's against the war in Iran. Piers Morgan and Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly and Candace Owens and Dave Smith. Shapiro and Levin have been on like a Jewish crusade against all these people every day. The most, what even is there to say? It's just so contemptuous, so hostile, vulgar. These are some of the most hateful people that are walking among us today, Mark Levin and Shapiro. Every day on their show, on Twitter, like Trump, it's a screed about Piers Morgan. And he's now a Nazi and an anti-Semite and a horrible human being. And Megyn Kelly, she's a coward and an anti-Semite and a terrible human being. And Tucker Carlson, he's a Muslim and an anti-Semite and a Nazi, and he's getting Jews killed and blah, blah. So there's a civil war going on Twitter. It's very one-sided. I don't know anyone that's on the side of Levin and Shapiro, which is disturbing. So it's very one-sided. Everybody's sick of these people. Everybody is recognizes at this point what they are. Trump weighs into the battle on truth over the weekend with a full-throated defense of Levin. And he says, in a word, that Mark Levin is actually the standard bearer of MAGA. That if you're attacking Mark Levin, you're not MAGA. Mark Levin is like a pro-war, Israel first, psycho Jew. He's not even that right-wing. He was at the Republican Jewish Coalition screaming about Nazis and Klansmen on the right and communists and Islamo-Nazis on the left. The guy's not even, as we know, he is not a populist. He's not a nationalist. He is a prototypical Ziocon, prototypical Israel first Zionist Jew. And Trump says, now, if you got a problem with Mark Levin, you got a problem with Trump. And you're not MAGA. And that is actually the America First position. He goes further and says that bombing Iran is MAGA. And who has the credibility? Who gets to determine these things? Well, Trump himself. Trump says, I am MAGA, not them. It's me. And I'm bombing Iran. So if I'm MAGA and I'm bombing Iran, then MAGA is bombing Iran, right? By the transitive property. I'm MAGA. I'm bombing Iran. So MAGA equals bombing Iran. Which
it's not even funny.
Is true. And a lot of people don't want to admit this.
It is true.
And we're going to get into that.
It's a fact.
You might argue, what's making America great again about bombing Iran? But then you would be making the error of assuming that MAGA was ever about an idea or a principle or the country. MAGA was always a farce. It didn't exist. It was vaporware. It's true. Sadly and horribly, it was always bound up with the cult of personality of Trump. And for a lot of people, this is the last step they need to take. It is him. He is the problem. Because you know what? He's right. When he says, I'm MAGA, can anyone argue otherwise? He is MAGA. Okay, with that out of the way, we're going to dive in. I also wanted to just say, right before we move on, there's a couple of things here. There hasn't been anything really big that has happened this weekend, but it's a few small things that I just wanted to touch on. First of all, so I kind of mentioned this a moment ago. Did you guys watch the press conference with Trump? I think it was this afternoon. I'm a little mixed up. My sleep schedule's off this week. I don't know if it was yesterday or today. But Trump does a press conference today. See, this is what I'm talking about. And the press conference is totally insane.
Yeah, I know.
He's contradicting himself in every other sentence. We have this coalition together. Actually, no, we don't.
We don't even need to be there, he said.
I made the decision to go to war with Iran, and it's my decision, but also I was forced into doing it, and I didn't want to do it, and we're winning, but also it's going on forever. And then there was one moment where he said, I got a call from a former president. Did you see this? He goes, actually, a former president called me, and I don't even want to say who it is because I don't want to get him in trouble. He goes, and that president told me that they wish they were doing what I did, meaning going to war with Iran. He said, a former president called me up and said, they wish that they did what I'm doing right now, but I can't tell you who it is. And people said, well, who is it? Oh, I can't say. Then the offices of every remaining American president that's alive, which I guess is Bill Clinton, George Bush, Obama, Biden, they all said, nope, wasn't us. And it feels like maybe this is just me. You tell me. We all know that Trump is a bullshitter. We all made our peace with that a long time ago when he said, we have the biggest crowds and I have the biggest inauguration crowd. And, you know, he lied about a lot of things, a lot of BS. And we all made our peace with that. We all kind of coped with that in our own way. I remember Scott Adams used to say, well, he's a bullshitter, but he's not a liar. Maybe we were idiots. Maybe we were idiots. Saying that out loud, you're like, yeah, that's the same thing. You know, bullshitters are liars. Bullshitting is a form of lying. You're a liar, right? People used to say, well, he's a bullshitter, but he's not a liar. And those aren't the same thing. Yes, he talks himself up and lies frequently, but he's not a liar. And you go, well, he's saying things that he knows are not true. So those are lies that makes him a liar. And he does it all the time. So he's a serial, habitual, compulsive liar. Maybe we just didn't mind because we didn't think the lies were important back then. If he said my inauguration crowd was the biggest ever, and it really wasn't, you would say, well, okay, who cares? It's not really that big of a deal. But it has just gone into overdrive in the past few weeks, like the situation with that school that was blown up in Tehran. In the opening salvo, those initial strikes against Iran, there was I think it was a grade school, a primary school, 160 children were eliminated. I think it was girls, actually, segregated schools. It was 160 girls were killed in a U.S.-Israeli strike. And there's been a lot of reporting about this, what a horrible atrocity it is. And when Trump was asked about it last week, he literally just compulsively lied and said, oh, that was an Iranian missile. And people said that was a Tomahawk missile, that only we have those. And he goes, well, everybody has Tomahawks. Well, that's not really true. So he's just making stuff up. Well, Iran, one of their projectiles fell out of the sky and hit the school. Oh, is it Tomahawk? Well, they have Tomahawks too. And then ultimately he was pressed on it. They said, well, your own intelligence agencies have said it was a U.S. strike. And he goes, yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, someone told me that, and maybe that's true, and I don't really know. Okay, so you just made that up. Like, now you're admitting. So now you're just admitting you just made that up. Like, we all knew you made it up because it was obvious. We had all the information in advance. We knew that it was a Tomahawk missile launched by the U.S. The blood is on the hands of the United States.
Say it was a mistake.
And we knew you made it up. Anyone that still trusts this man, anybody that still believes a word that comes out of his mouth might have said, oh, well, you know, it's part of the plan. It's five-dimensional chess. QAnon has some intel. It was the Clintons that dropped the missile or something. But then Trump basically admitted, oh, yeah, I made it up. I got asked a question. I made it up. He got asked today, how about those 5,000 Marines that you just deployed to the Persian Gulf? He goes, well, you're really obnoxious. Next question. Sending 5,000 Marines to the Persian Gulf?
Yeah, because somebody asked that.
Hey, what's that all about? You're obnoxious. You're fake news. Next question. Okay, we actually need to know why there's 5,000 Marines going there. And then you get the statement about the former president. Well, some president called me and told me, I wish I did it. I can't tell you who it is. Okay, so you just made that up too. And it's just really bad now in the past 3 weeks. They're just making all of it up as they go along. Did they know Iran would close the Strait of Hormuz? We don't know. Pete Hegseth says, of course we knew that. But then other officials have leaked to the Washington Post and others, no, they didn't. People told Trump that they would close the Strait of Hormuz, but he had this gut feeling that maybe for some reason they wouldn't.
What an idiot.
And we don't know, again, what the plan was. There's this reporting that Trump believed that he would topple the government. Now every other day, well, it's going to be a long war. It's going to be a short war. We're far from done, and we're going to hit them harder than ever. We're getting ready to wrap it up. We're almost done. We actually finished the job. Every press release, every press conference, every statement contradicts something. It used to be a couple weeks ago from the day before. Now it's like within the same interview, within the same sentence. So I saw that. And then, okay, this was the other story from the weekend, which I saw. There was a report that the United States is preparing to expand the number of visas for migrant workers to address a labor shortage.
Fucking crooks.
So now, I guess this is Department of Labor, which handles this. Maybe it's Department of Labor, maybe it's DHS. I forget which department actually has jurisdiction over this. But the Trump administration is now looking at giving thousands more farm visas. These are particular visas for migrant farm workers to illegal aliens to address the labor shortage. So it just gets better and better. We covered this, I think, Monday last week, exactly a week ago, that at the South Florida Doral retreat of all the House Republicans, they gathered there to talk about the midterms. And the Republicans are told by Mike Johnson and Donald Trump and the Deputy Chief of Staff, James Blair, the House, every House Republican is getting this message from the top down. They're being told, we're done with mass deportations. We're not going to talk about it. We're not going to mention it. We're going to pivot. And actually, we're now going to talk about how we're only deporting criminal illegal aliens. And Mike Johnson said, we're recalibrating, we're shifting gears. We have this great opportunity to basically stop what we're doing and do something else, which for those that don't know, this is the Obama era deportation policy. And I got it confirmed by somebody in Homeland Security. Trump administration is not doing raids, patrols. They are now sticking to, they're only going to arrest people that have a prior criminal record. So illegal aliens that happen to be picked up for murder or a DUI or rape or whatever, those people are going to be booked in the jail and then handed over to ICE. And those are the only people that are going to be deported. There's not going to be any raids at job sites. There's not going to be any raids in neighborhoods. They're not going to be marching down the streets anymore. It is confirmed that's done. That was last week. Now, this week, we wake up to the news, I believe it was Saturday or Sunday, actually, it's going in the opposite direction. No mass deportations, and now we're going to get thousands of migrant farm workers. They're going to get visas. And once you do that, what do you think that incentivizes? By the way, it's bad enough as it is. They canceled the mass deportations because we're too busy bombing Iran for Israel. Now we're going to bring in additional illegal aliens under a new visa program or an expansion of an existing program. And what that will do as a knock-on effect is every wannabe, every aspirational illegal immigrant who's living in Mexico or Central and South America, they're going to see that and say, we should try to move to the United States. The U.S. is open for business. Turns out they're not deporting people to El Salvador or Libya anymore.
We can dip
Turns
our
out they're
biscuit
actually
in that
giving
gravy
visas
while it's
for
still
farmers
hot.
again. Maybe it's time to try our luck. And what do you think happens in Cuba if Trump collapses the government there?
Better believe it.
I think you're going to get a lot of Cuban refugees, perhaps. So it's going in the wrong. We're 15 months in. It's totally unsatisfactory. They're not doing anything they promised to do. And not only have they stopped and just shut it down to serve Israel, but we're actually now going in the wrong direction.
Sure are.
And I look at the people that defend this administration, and I seriously wonder,
Dogs.
just what is the argument anymore? Who else is out there? Is there anyone out there that still believes in this administration? That is, let's say, under the age of 50. Important caveat, because I know there's a lot of Fox News boomers, and that's what it is. They're watching Fox News every night. They're watching Jesse Waters, and for them, everything's going great. It's the greatest. Trump shut down the greatest economy to save the world by preventing Iran from getting a nuke. But for everybody else that lives in reality, I don't even know what the argument is. And I've seen a lot of the number one plan trusters, they've come my way. People that thought they were so clever. They thought they were so smart. People, I saw somebody say on Twitter, well, I had information in 2024 that Trump was going to be really good, and now I have information that he isn't. Yeah, it's called you were lied to because you are fucking stupid. That's what that's called.
No, maybe because
I saw one of the biggest plan trusters on Twitter. I'm not going to name his name. We don't need to give him any attention. But I saw one of the big plan trusters who was so cocky.
People don't follow the news as much as you, Nick, doesn't make them stupid. It makes them busy. It makes them living their lives. You know, like, never mind.
Such a big plan truster, Trump cultist. Oh, the third worldist, they don't get it. You're just obsessed with Israel. All that is overblown. BAP is right about everything. You know, a lot of this kind of content, 2024, 2025, now all of a sudden the same guy is a Trump hater and goes, well, but, you know, it's okay because during the election, I was talking to people. I knew people that were going to be in the admin. I had information. I knew it was going to be good. So I have no regrets. Hindsight's only 2020. Because back then I had assurances. Now I know better. Yeah, it's called they lied to you, stupid. Everybody knows people in the administration if you're in politics. And let me clue you in on a little, this is going to be a little bit of a rant here, and then we'll get on into the news. But let me clue you in.
You know, we're all
because you,
meant for different
the
shit.
listener at home, you need to know this. You have a regular job, let's say. Maybe you're a mother of a few children. Maybe you're a dad that you have a normie job. Maybe you're a lawyer. Maybe you're a college student. Maybe you have no interface with politics. Let me explain to you how this works. It is all a patronage network.
Bro, I was
what is
just
patronage?
saying this shit before
I'll
this
scratch your
fucking
back
show.
if you scratch
What?
mine. People that are higher up in the food chain, people that are higher up in the pyramid, they reach down to the college Republicans, to the lowly interns, to the very, very junior level bureaucrats or staffers, people that are LARPing like they're in West Wing or House of Cards. And they trade and they say, well, I will give you access. I will give you information. I will give you a job. I will give you a sinecure. If you're loyal to me, if you work for me, if you're my guy. And in some cases, the benefits that are conferred by the junior level people, well, let's just say it's all kinds of benefits. But sometimes it's not raunchy. Sometimes it's professional. This is how it works. Now, every influencer that you follow, literally every influencer, with the exception of me,
bro,
and I can say this because, as you know, I am outside the system. I'm rated.
You guys know I have nothing to do with Nick. Like, I don't get his topics before the show. Y'all know that. I mean, yo, bro, I always fucking, dude,
active.
I think
Nobody wants to touch me with a 10-foot pole. I'm the nigger of politics. So I am totally outside.
Yo, can I get some ones or in the chat or some shit? Am I wrong here? I was just talking about this shit.
Patronage system. I'm lucky if they let me in through the back door. Nobody wants to be seen with me. I have to drink through a separate water fountain. I have to use the outhouse. This is how I'm treated. So let me tell you how it works for everybody else. All these influencers that sold you Trumpism in 24 and 25, all these people that are telling you, trust the plan. No, really, it's going to be great. Our guys are going to be in charge. The posters are in control. All these people, they're all part of this patronage network. Yeah. Why did they think Trumpism was going to be successful?
He's right. And really, the leverage is, can we get this person to side with us against his people or his friends or what? That's... We'll let you into our little club if you'll screw those people over. And that's kind of why this new media, it's a good thing.
Some of them were literally being paid. Some of them, many of them were literally being paid to say that under the table. And maybe they weren't being paid to say vote for Trump because that's electioneering, but they were being paid to say other things like, we have to vote Republican, or I don't know, things that are, it depends on the exact wording of it, how it's regulated. And then others, they have contacts, connections in DC. This guy's going to get in the admin, then he's going to help me out. He's going to introduce me to this guy. He's going to get me a job. I'm going to get my guys in the admin. My guy is going to be in the admin. This guy. And it's basically just a giant circle jerk in DC of people exaggerating their own importance, exaggerating what they're able to do, how much money they make, how important they are, and using that as a form of currency to get allegiance or favors or whatever. And so it's people like that, and they all think they're oh so special, the most specialist intern on the Hill. Well, I've got a guy who in the admin, I'm really running the government. My guy has all this influence. And so you basically just have all these people that think that they're running the show. Like they really believe the posters were in control, that the Groyper or the Baptist or whoever that's running the White House Twitter account, they think that guy, by virtue of him tweeting about heritage Americans, that it's Groypers that are making all the decisions. But it isn't. It isn't. And this is why I said, and it's actually a nice segue, I tweeted this in October 2025. I said, for all these people on Twitter, like a Jack Posobiec, like AF Post, like all these people, Captive Dreamer, whoever, John Goyle, Patrick Casey, all these people that are out there tweeting all the time about it's our guys in the admin, Trump is our guy, this is a right-wing administration, I'm a plan truster. They're doing so much. They really are. They're tweeting all day, every day. They're so concerned. They're doing videos and they're really busting their asses. As much as they're doing to support this administration and prop it up, they are outranked and outflanked at every turn, every corner, all the time by a Jew, by a Zionist, by a donor like Laura Loomer, like Miriam Adelson, like Lindsey Graham, who's not even a Jew, he's just a neocon, like Randy Fine. So you have all these people, I'm trying to paint a picture for you. You have all these youngish guys, goyish guys on Twitter, and they come from an ordinary walk of life. They're a college kid. They're a father of 3. They are a pastor at a church. They started a Substack after COVID and got a little following. They got in a group chat with a 100,000 follower account. You have all these goyish type people, and they think they are the movement. I'm a part of something bigger. They're all selling you Trumpism because they think they're stakeholders in the MAGA movement. I've talked to these people and they're telling me it's going really well. My guy in the admin says it's going great and he's optimistic that things are going to happen for us.
To sell you some bullshit.
And at every turn, literally every step, if those people want mass deportations to be stepped up, if those people want E-Verify, if those people want whatever, it will be vetoed by Laura Loomer. Laura Loomer, who is probably a spy, I would imagine. She's got some very bizarre connections. If Laura Loomer marches her ass into the White House and pounds on the president's desk, which she apparently can do, she will get everybody fired like that. Perfect example. Last year, in the buildup to the 12-day war with Iran, I remember Tucker and Kurt Mills from American Conservative and all these people, they were so confident that we weren't going to bomb Iran. Why? Because all their friends were in the Defense Department, now the Department of War. All their guys like Dan Caldwell and his buddies, they were in the National Security Council. Joe Kent was the National Terrorism whatever. And Dan Caldwell and his little crew, they were in Pete Hegseth's office, and so-and-so was in the NSC. And Carrillo was out at CENTCOM in the summer. And so they all really thought, well, we've got a cadre of our guys. We've got a cadre of based, restrained America firsters in the Pentagon. And it's different this time. And they're going to shut it down. The posters are in control. Israel's not going to tell us what to do. And you know what happened? I'm not even exaggerating. Laura Loomer called up Trump and said, you need to fire all these people. And he just did. Laura Loomer, and people like her, but you know, she was the face of it. You need to fire Dan Caldwell. He's a very bad anti-Semite. He's with Tucker, and they don't want a war with Iran. Literally, she calls up the White House. All your people in the admin, all these based guys that are going to run the admin. Laura Loomer picks up the phone, presses 1. She's got Trump on speed dial. Fire all those America First people. It will be done. Yes, ma'am. Fired immediately. War with Iran, guaranteed the next month. That's how it works. Now,
animals that will eat
this is a story from this weekend. So today, and you know, very relevant, Trump goes on Truth Social. This is our first story. And Trump weighs in on the MAGA civil war. There's this big, as you know, ongoing civil war within the MAGA movement over the issue of Israel. And gradually it's drawn everybody in. And now Piers Morgan is at war with Ben Shapiro. And Megyn Kelly is saying that Mark Levin has a micro penis. And Ben Shapiro is calling out Dave Smith on his show. And Candace Owens is just bringing the receipts and ratioing Jeremy Boring and Shapiro and all these people.
Candace has been on point.
Full-fledged civil war.
She took Trump's
and finally, Trump weighs in. Now, keep in mind what I just told you. And this is what he wrote. So for the past several weeks, Mark Levin, actually months, Mark Levin, who is one of the most hateful, disgusting, filthy, odious commentators in America, this is a man whose heart has clearly been hardened by God. This is a man that doesn't know Christ, never knew Christ, and therefore doesn't know God. And he has become a bitter and nasty and mean, evil, hateful old man. And if you go on his Twitter every day, it's just venom. It's pure venom, pure hatred, vitriol. He hates Tucker. He hates Megyn Kelly. Hates Candace Owens. This one is stupid. This one's an idiot. This one is evil. This one's terrible. And all of it in favor of a war with Iran. We need to bomb Iran. We need to slaughter those people. You need to just go to war with Iran. This has been his MO for his whole career, but he's just gone into overdrive. The cube is activated, okay? The Saturn storm, the hexagonal storm on Saturn is accelerating, and Mark Levin is getting more crazy. Laura Loomer is getting more crazy. She's repeating herself even more. She's going somehow even more psychotic than before. Trump weighs in on all this. This is what he had to say on Truth Social. Full-throated defense of Mark Levin basically says, if you don't like Levin, you're not MAGA. This is the tweet, or the post. It says, quote, this is from Trump.
Disgusting.
He writes, Mark Levin, a truly great American patriot, is somewhat under siege by other people with far less intellect, capability, and love for our country. Mark is tough, strong, and brilliant. Hence the nickname, the Great One, conceived by our MAGA friend, the wonderful Sean Hannity, after years of dealing with Mark in legal, media, and other capacities.
These are crooks.
So the glaze is just diabolical. Mark Levin is brilliant. He's amazing. He's awesome. And how do I know that? Because Sean Hannity has... Oh, even better, because Sean Hannity said so. Well, he's a great judge of character. Mark would often do Sean's show speaking as a lawyer. And Sean realized then, as did others, that he was special. Mark Levin was not looking to do television, radio, or anything else, but he was drafted by very smart people who understood that there are few like him. He is a true conservative. An intellect, far smarter than those who criticize him. But above all, he is a man of great wisdom and common sense who truly loves our country. When you hear others unfairly attack Mark, remember they are jealous and angry human beings whose sway is much less than the public understands and will, now that they know where I stand, rapidly diminish. Other than his wonderful wife and family, Mark Levin only cares and wants one thing: greatness and success for America. Those that speak ill of Mark will quickly fall by the wayside, as do the people whose ideas, policies, and footings are not sound. They are not MAGA. I am. And MAGA includes not allowing Iran, a sick, demented, and violent terrorist regime, to have a nuclear weapon to blow up the United States of America, the Middle East, and the rest of the world. MAGA is about stopping them cold, and that is exactly what we are doing. God bless our great military, which I have rebuilt since the beginning of my first term to achieve everlasting peace through strength. Make America great again. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
What a joke.
Okay.
What a fucking
So
joke.
this is where we are. Can we get a little timeout? Can we check in? Hey, Aiden from AF Post, Patrick Casey, John Doyle, Captive Dreamer, Jack Posobiec, Andrew Isker. Hey, fat ass. Hey, fat ass loser whose project is exploding and failing everywhere. Hey, guys. Hey, Chris Rufo, Lomez. Who else? Tell me who else was a plan truster? Hey, Tucker. Hey, Tucker, who spoke at the RNC and encouraged everybody to vote for Trump. Hey, guys, just checking in. Are you winning? Are we winning? Are we bored with winning yet?
Oh, nice.
Do we feel like we're getting a real victory? Are you bored with winning? Is it everything you thought of and more? Is this our golden age? How many words was that? Was that 1,000 words?
It was
literally glazing and doing tricks on it, doing somersaults and backflips and handstands on top of Mark Levin. While we are in a war with Iran, after we shut down mass deportations and we opened up H-1A visas for migrant farm workers. Are you winning yet? Bored with the winning? Take the date, March 17, 2026. This is what it means to be MAGA. If you are not on board with Mark Levin, if you are not on board with a war with Iran, if you don't think that Mark Levin's only care in the world is America rather than Israel, well, you're not part of the MAGA movement. And I will add, because there's something else here. So this is obviously just a humiliation ritual at this point, and I think that gets overused. These days, everything's a humiliation ritual, and maybe everything is. You know, lately it feels that way, doesn't it? But if there ever was a ritualistic humiliation, this would be it. President Trump of the MAGA America First movement, not only giving Israel everything they want, but then also caping for them on Twitter. Yeah. Caping for them on True Social, defending them like
Trump
this.
Is a traitor. Literal
full throat, deep-throated defense of Mark. He's a genius. He's so brave. He only cares about America. He's so amazing. He's different. He's not like the others. If there ever was a ritualistic humiliation, this would be it. And it's obviously a betrayal of everything that he ran on. And why is that? Because Mark Levin is a neocon. Mark Levin is a Jew first, Israel first neocon. He's not a Christian.
He glazes Trump.
He doesn't have any love in his heart. He's not an American. He's not an American patriot. He doesn't care about America.
Not at all. Not in the slightest.
He is a Jew. He is a Jewish partisan. He only cares about the state of world Jewry. He only cares about his fellow Jews. And he only cares about Israel. And to that end, he has infiltrated America. He has blended in. He pretends to be a white person, pretends to be a white rock-ribbed conservative, constitutionalist, whatever. It is a great subversion to trick the goyim, trick white people into dying and fighting and giving our money and our efforts in defense of Israel. That's what this is. And Trumpism was supposed to be a repudiation of all of that. That's what MAGA is. That's what America First is. How do we make our country great again as opposed to other countries like Israel? We have to put America first. And now the only people left in the camp, in the MAGA world, it's Loomer, Randy Fine, Lindsey Graham.
See, the rest of us, like Nick's saying, we have principles. We have an ideology we adhere to. America first. This MAGA shit, it's a moving target. Trump can just say it's whatever we're bitching about, he can say that's not a part of it. It's this moving target that he can constantly change, and NPCs just go along with it. We have an ideology, and he can't just shift and change all around because it has principles. It has rules and guidelines and shit. So he's got to like shake off those constraining principles so he can fuck us. And nobody could know that Trump was going to betray us. So.
Mark Levin. And not only are those the only people left, but now they are jealously guarding Mar-a-Lago. No one else is allowed in unless you defer to Mark Levin. Now it's not like you got to be comfortable in the coalition. Because that is, I think, how people used to think about it is, well, we, the white people or the Catholics or the Christians or the conservatives, or people thought that, maybe we who are not in love with Loomer and Levin and Randy Fine, maybe we could share the big tent with them. Maybe they're bringing something to the table. Maybe they're part of a coalition, and maybe it's strange bedfellows, and maybe there's some friction at times, but we don't have to be best good friends, and we're all in favor of Trump, and Trump is in favor of MAGA.
They were just trying to get the biggest coalition they could so that they could take control of it once they had consolidated power, and we wouldn't get shit we wanted. They just used us to get the power so they could enact their agenda. Simple as that. And their agenda wasn't our agenda.
That's what a lot of people thought. Now it's been made clear. No, that is not how this works at all. It's not going to be no partnership of equals, nothing close to it. Mark Levin is not your peer. He is your...
Oh, and some crooked-ass, slimy other politician like fucking Kamala Harris or Mitt Romney or Barack Obama or George Bush, they're supposed to be better than a slimy casino owner? Is that what you're telling me? Because I'll take the casino owner over the slime.
Us. If you are MAGA, and I don't know who is still MAGA, if you are MAGA, Mark Levin and Laura Loomer and Randy Fine and Miriam Adelson and Larry Fink and Ronald Lauder, they are not your peers. They are not your colleagues. They are not your allies. They are not your partners. They are your boss. They are in charge. And you have to defer to them. And if you don't, you will be fired. You will be ostracized. You're not MAGA. Trump just said so. The dear leader, undying loyalty to Trump is my only principle. It's all about Trumpism, unironically loyal to Trump alone. Well, from the horse's mouth, Trump has said Mark Levin is the boss. Laura Loomer, Larry Loomer is the boss. The Jews are the boss.
They are.
You don't even get to reluctantly be in the coalition beside them. You must dutifully go to work and support beneath them, under them, every day. That is obviously the message. All these people that thought, well, you know, I'll tolerate a little pro-Israel stuff as long as we get our mass deportations. I'm sorry. Who the fuck do you think you are? That's Mark Levin. That's Laura Loomer. They are in charge. What do you mean we will tolerate pro-Israel? Who's we? And what do you mean we'd be willing? Willing, you work for them. You are the junior partner. There is a principle here of subsidiarity. You are far below them in the pecking order, but that is how people saw it. When people voted in 2024, tell me I'm wrong. Tell me that I'm wrong. You stupid assholes like Mike Cernovich and Jack Posobiec and Tucker Carlson, when you all campaigned for Trump and called me a Democrat, and you all told people to vote for this garbage, knowing full well what was going on, I'm sure you all thought that you were going to lobby the president. You were going to pressure him on Twitter. You deal with these problems later. You thought you were in the bargaining stage of grief. You thought you were in control.
They had no choice.
You thought you had power there. And you really thought, well, I guess I'll come down from my seat and I will lend my support as long as I get what I want. And I don't like Mark Levin and I don't like Loomer, but I guess I will stand shoulder to shoulder to fight the left. To fight the left. And we'll all stand behind Trump. And you thought that you had any leverage in that situation. You thought, and you had maybe more than you did, a little bit more influence in that conversation, but you don't. You have nothing. Trump is on Air Force One with Lindsey Graham. Laura Loomer is making the personnel decisions and the criminal referrals. Mark Levin ate lunch with Trump and Ike Perlmutter in June of 2025, a week before Israel went to war. He's running our foreign policy, not...
Don't let Nick, get you down, because he's doing all this when really his face was pressed up against the glass while everybody else was inside in the warm, cozy fucking restaurant eating a meal or eating Thanksgiving while he was outside in the cold. He's bitter about that. Tucker and all them, they were a part of the crew. He would, of course he would have been there if he could have. And of course he would have advocated for Trump if he had been on the inside. Any of us would have done the same thing. They had no choice. It was either him or Kamala, and none of those people, Tucker couldn't have done anything about it short of running himself. And same with Nick. Nick just so happened to be on the outside, and yeah, he was right, but not because, he wouldn't have done that. He wouldn't have done what Tucker did if he had been in the exact same position. That's bullshit. He would have.
Tucker Carlson, not Dan Caldwell, not Kurt Mills. It's the Jews. And you don't even get the privilege of not liking it. You don't even get to not like it. You don't even have the privilege of reluctantly going along with it. You better shut the fuck up, put a smile on your face, and you better pump your fist and do the dance while we go to war with Iran, you fucking bitch.
That's what would have happened.
That is what you must do. Cue up the music. Let's do YMCA again. YMCA, and what's the other song he likes to play? What's that old funk song he likes to play? Cue up Ave Maria, the best to ever do it. He's the best to ever do it. He still got it. I love Mark Levin. I love my war with Iran. We're having more fun than anyone. That is how we got here. Now, the beginning of getting out of all this, what do they say is the first step? Realizing you have a problem, okay? Congratulations. Welcome to Trump's Anonymous. The first step is realizing you have a problem, okay? That's step number one. You have a problem. Trump lied. He's a liar. He scammed us. He lies. He says things like, lock up Hillary Clinton. Then he goes to a rally and says, well, that plays good before the election. Trump says, I'm a nationalist. We should start saying that. Then after the election, you never hear that again. Trump says, we're going to have the largest mass deportation, whatever. And then a few months later, he says, lighten up. We're not going to deport everybody. We're not crazy. He's a liar. He's a liar. And for one reason or another, he's compromised. Who knows how or why? We can only speculate. We can only guess. People say it's blackmail. People say
he's benefiting.
He's a body
double.
Blackmailing. People say all kinds of things. Who knows? But he's clearly compromised.
They convinced
and
him
this
to
is
go
now what
along with their
MAGA
schemes.
is. Now
That's simple.
the cycle is complete.
There's no mystery. They
Animal
talked
Farm.
him into it.
You take a look around the room and you can't tell the pigs apart from the people anymore.
Yep.
You can't tell apart the remnant of the old regime. Condoleezza Rice is at the White House.
Yep.
George W. Bush might be calling up Trump and saying, I wish I bombed Iran. Mike Waltz is at the UN. Marco Rubio's the Secretary of State. You look around the room and you can't tell apart the human beings from the animals. You can't tell.
Listen, you know, when stuff like this happens, as long as we learn this lesson and move, when we go forward in the future, we move with this in mind, okay? If this shit happens, see, we didn't vote for George Bush. That wasn't us. We voted for Trump. He pulled this shit. Okay, we can't let it happen again. We have to learn our lesson from this. Trump must be fucking exiled. And yeah, Trump must be exiled, and we must go forward with this in mind. You know, we just can't be naive and let this happen again. We can't be, they're never going to be able to pull this shit again.
Part anymore. They have become the same, and the cycle
out.
Is complete. And now Trump is the ultimate gatekeeper.
Yeah, he's only
Trump
got 2
says,
years.
now that I have weighed in on
this,
this, now I'm going to convince people to stop following Tucker. That's what he said. He said, there's a lot of people attacking Mark Levin, and they're stupid and irrelevant and bad. Mark Levin is a genius and the chosen one and good, and I endorse him fully. And he goes further. He says, once I say this, people will understand that Tucker and Megyn Kelly and Piers Morgan and all of them have less influence than they really have. He's telling you, he's saying out loud, I am retarding the movement. I am stopping it. I am arresting it. I am slowing it down. He is telling it to your face. I told you. This is the problem. Trump is no longer radicalizing anybody. He's not a radical. He's not dynamic. He is not delivering anything. As a matter of fact, he's doing the opposite. He's de-radicalizing everybody. All the independents, the Hispanics, anybody that supported Trump in 24 because they were sick of Biden, they're now turned off. If Trump put together this coalition against Biden and Kamala and people reluctantly joined on to a very right-wing campaign, even if they were more in the middle, they have been turned off. And many of the right-wing people that are loyal to Trump, they're being led astray. They're being brainwashed because of their allegiance to Trump. It's a Pied Piper effect into thinking that war with Iran is good. Mark Levin is good. So Trump is alienating and turning off, let's say 60% of the country that is not Republican or conservative, and the 30 to 40% that are Republican or conservative, he is dividing them. It's a Pied Piper effect, leading half of them in one direction and maybe half of the other into despondency. And I told you that would be the greatest sin of Trumpism. That would be the greatest liability. In 2024, I said this. I said Trump is not offering anything new. He's not dynamic. He's not progressive. He's not even that right wing. And once he gets elected, you're going to get complacency. He's going to bring us to war with Iran, and people will support it because it's him. And all you're going to do is catalyze a knock-on effect, which is that it will grow the left, actually, in the end, in the final calculation. I said it might be better. You get Kamala, at least it radicalizes everybody. You get Kamala Harris in, and because she has no credibility, because she has no standing, at least people look at it as the farce that it is, and maybe they become far more radical than they were before. Now you look at where the arrow is pointed, and I don't think it's ambiguous that Trump has been a net negative. The only way that you save it now is that you have to rescue the father. The only way to get out of this now, how do you use this to catalyze a right-wing reaction? You have to burn the effigy of Trump.
Dude, that's what I've been saying.
Whatever we thought Trump was, whatever hopes and dreams that we placed upon him or projected onto him, we have to destroy that idol in our minds.
Must have that scalp.
We have to burn it down. We have to see Trump and Trumpism and MAGA destroyed.
It's got to go. All of it.
And we need in the Republican Party a new leader that will step up, not from this administration, not Rubio, not Vance, obviously not Trump. Nobody that was involved in this.
None.
Nobody that was involved in this second term can take the baton. The only way to salvage it is to destroy Trumpism and the GOP and have something new in 2028 that's a reaction to the left and Zionism on the right. That's the only way. I see this thing from Mark Levin.
Absolutely.
How could it get any more obvious that you have a problem? And I just look at these sad and pathetic people. Trump is telling you that Mark Levin is the standard bearer of MAGA. He's on Air Force One with Lindsey Graham, who couldn't be more giddy, talking about bombing Venezuela, then Iran, then Cuba. What's next? Russia? China? Turkey? I mean, seriously. This is that's the MAGA movement now. I started to see this in 2019. In 2019, I woke up one day and realized, wait a second, Tim Scott and Lindsey Graham have more of a claim to MAGA than I do. I am being told by Rob Smith that I'm not MAGA because I'm anti-Israel and MAGA's pro-Israel. I'm not MAGA because I'm a race realist and MAGA is pro-diversity. I'm not MAGA because I'm a social conservative and MAGA is full of gays and trannies like Caitlyn Jenner and all these other people that are in the admin right now. And I started to realize, wait a second, you're right. That's true. MAGA is gay, brown, Jewish, all these things. It diverged from its original trajectory. And some people are chasing it and maybe in denial, wanting desperately for it to be the way it was. They're in denial. Maybe they still think it is something other than what it is. But I realized in 2019, something went horribly wrong. The mandate of MAGA now belongs to the Zionists, literally the worst elements, these like techno-libertarians, pro-Israel Jews. Like that's the new coalition all of a sudden.
Yeah.
And when Trump makes the judgment and says they're MAGA and you're not, the people that are against immigration, that are against Israel.
Trump has officially just become entirely politician. They have totally taken him over. He is just a host. They're like a virus that they infected him, and he finally made the full transition to zombie, the full transition to J politician, slimy scum J politician, skin suit.
That are against the war in Iran, they're out, and Mark Levin and Loomer are in. What else do you need to see to realize that this movement has been hijacked? Like everything else, hijacked, parasited, it's something else now. There is something else that has taken control here. Skin-suited, it's literally like Invasion of the Body Snatchers. And now it is something else, and you need to wake up and realize that. I don't know what else needs to be shown here other than this post. What do you say to a guy like John Doyle? What do you say? I think about him in particular because we're roughly the same age. He's at the Blaze. He was once a groyper like me. And he goes out there and says, it's about undying loyalty to Donald Trump. What? Dude, Trump is sucking Mark Levin off, dude. And Trump sucks off Levin and you suck off Trump. Like Levin is on top. Trump is underneath. It's literally like, not to be gross, but it's like a human centipede. Ugh. And all these plan trusters, all these actually white people that care about America, ostensibly, nominally, they have to be literally at the bottom of the food chain, literally at the ground level. I don't know how they take it. I don't know how anybody is still taking it at this point. But anyway, that's that. I do want to move on. People are saying gross. Sorry. I know that's a little vulgar, but it's that. I mean, that's what it is. That's just what it is, because this is utter shit. I don't need to tell you that. This is so bad. In 2015, Trump said Marco Rubio is the puppet of Sheldon Adelson, and he will do anything they say because he's owned by the Israel lobby. I'm not making that up. In December 2015, Trump said, we're going to ban all Muslims. We're going to build a wall. Mexico will pay for it. He said he wouldn't take super PAC money. I'm not a politician. He was asked, would you take the side of Israel and Palestine? And he said, neither. He said, neither. He said, I'm going to make a deal for both sides. That's who Trump was. Now look at what Trump is. Shapiro was a never Trumper. Mark Levin was a huge critic of Trump.
Yeah.
They all were. Even Charlie Kirk in the early days. But this is what they know how to do. They're like cockroaches. They know how to survive.
They damn sure
They know how to infest.
They know
and
how
multiply.
To get into
and they
the
know how to survive.
elite.
And that is who reigns, not these stupid little white people that try to get in DC and they're idealistic and they think they're going to make a difference and so willing to believe, so trusting.
These people play reality.
That's not who wins in the end. In politics.
They got to go.
It's these other people. So anyway, just a little piece of advice.
You rule your own people like, you would watch your own kids and stuff. You're not going to fuck your people over. You're not going to do something that straight up hurts your people. You're not going to do that. But when another group of people slithers in and supplants your people, or enough of them, a majority of them, all of a sudden they are okay. Those people are okay with fucking you over. That's what has happened here. We need to get these people out of our country, ideally.
Oh. I think about former associates of mine, stupid dumbass, told me, you're disloyal to Trump. This guy that used to work for Marjorie Greene, now he goes around telling everybody I'm a Fed. It's funny how that works. He's out there in Florida doing his thing. He goes, you're disloyal to Trump. Disloyal to Trump. Hey, pussy. Trump is disloyal to you, pussy boy. It's so funny. It was all the...
Why not?
And forgive me, we are going to move on here, but for me, it is very personal. Because in 2024, I did identify all this, and the amount of people that turn their back on me, the amount of people that...
I can understand that. I can totally understand where Nick's coming from, because I kind of pieced this out recently, and if I had been Nick with a decent audience and got the word out, and people just ignored me, man, that would have drove me nuts too. No. I would be probably doing exactly what he's doing, because that would have drove me fucking insane. And then if I had been vindicated, yeah, I would have done a victory lap too. I'm not even going to lie.
It became very apparent. They were not loyal to me. They did not truly believe in me. Maybe they didn't really ever even understand politics. This is very personal for me because I watched it. And you can't take that back. You can't take any of that back. I'll never forget. In 24, all of this was so plain to see. You were all part of the problem. And all these people threw me under the bus. And they all doubted me. They all said, oh, he went crazy. Oh, he's a Nazi now. Oh, he's too obsessed with Israel.
Disgusting.
I'm obsessed with Israel. No, my friend. America is controlled by Israel. Yeah. Now you see. Now you understand, dumbass.
Now it's plain as day.
Golden age.
Can't argue it.
How about a generational run, bitch?
Yeah.
Golden age. All we have to do is trust the plan, vote for Trump. Don't be a panicking. Our willingness to believe, our magical thinking is enough. But they literally said that. A lot of people I knew, they literally said, he went crazy. He should have never went on Alex Jones with Kanye and said he loved Hitler. He should be like he was at AFPAC 2. What happened to optical paleoconservatism? What happened to all of that? I woke up. That's what happened. What happened? It's a little something called my awakening. I had a little awakening. What happened to you? optical paleoconservatism, pro-Trump. He deviated from the original course of America first. No, you people did. You did. You lost sight of the bigger picture. You became the very thing you swore to destroy. And that is exactly what has happened. Think about it. We got into this. We didn't know what we were getting into. We were kids in 2015. And we got into it because Trump said, no more endless wars. We're going to build America. Talk about a vision for a generation that grew up during 9/11 and the Iraq War and the Great Recession and Obama and BLM. And Trump said, we're going to build roads and bridges and highways, and we're going to build a wall, and we're going to put America first, and we're going to build things again. We're going to bring industry back, and we're going to defend our borders. That's how this started. And we always were more radical than Trump. We always realized there was a Jewish oligarchy. We always realized there was a racial component to all of this. You can't make America great again while being buried under third world garbage, can you? And we all knew it had to go further, but Trump started to take these people in the wrong direction. 10 years later, 10 years gone. Yeah. 10 years have gone by. And people wake up and they're in the movement where Trump is glazing every neocon, no unsucked neocon.
Fucking piece of shit. Man.
Lindsey Graham, Laura Loomer, Mark Levin, Jared Kushner, Ben Shapiro. They run the White House. He glazes them openly, takes their side. Tucker, it is at the point where Tucker motherfucking Carlson from Dancing with the Stars and Fox and Friends, never forget that, before his primetime show, he was on Fox and Friends and Crossfire. It has gotten to the point where that guy, Tucker Carlson, is like a Nazi. Tucker Carlson is talking about the hummus-eating devil worshippers that crucified Jesus, that love lies and their father, the devil, and hate Christians in America and love, and they have a bloodlust, and they're sicking demons on us and demonic attacks. That guy is that radical in a pitched battle with Mark Levin, and Trump openly and vociferously and vehemently takes the side of Mark Levin and Sean Hannity as he bombs the shit out of Iran in our ongoing regime change war after they stop the mass deportations. And people are still trusting the plan. What will it take? Slavery is a choice.
It is.
Slavery is a choice. We wouldn't be a free and independent nation without George Washington. You're a Benedict Arnold. All these people, I'm talking about you, my old friend, you are a stain. John Doyle, Patrick Casey, all these people are a stain. They are un-American. This country wouldn't even be independent. There would be no declaration. There would be no constitution. There would be none of it, if the founding fathers did not resolve at the Continental Congress to declare independence, to go all the way. If George Washington didn't cross the Delaware, these moments of decision where you have to choose, will we live in serfdom? Will we live in slavery to a faraway nation? Or are we going to fight and potentially die for our freedom? That's the question. It's the same question that faced them. It's the same question we're always faced with. And here it is again. So this is the Great Commission. Are you American? Are you a true American? I'm an American. I'm America first. Trump is not. Trump sold us out. Mark Levin is not. Lindsey Graham is not. That is not America. That is supplication. That is accommodation. It is un-American. So that's that. I do want to move on. I want to get on into our featured story tonight, which is about the actual ongoing war in Iran. And like I said, we are now in the third week. We're about halfway through the third week. Entered the third week on Friday night. Day 17 of the U.S.-Israel joint war against Iran. And as we've discussed, this has now ground down into an attritional war where the United States and Iran are battling in an economic way. We are dropping tons of ordnance on Iran every day, trying to destroy their military hardware and assets, trying to kill regime leaders. They are using their missiles and drones to shut down the economy of the Gulf Cooperation Council, Israel, destroy U.S. radar and early warning systems, things which are not very mobile and which we don't make a lot of and which are very essential. And more critically, they've shut down the Strait of Hormuz. And so effectively, this war, which got started with all this excitement and all this optimism, the Trump administration thought they were going to go in and hit them hard and topple the government and they would have another easy victory like they did in Venezuela. It is now ground to a complete halt. And now we are stuck. We are stuck bombing Iran as Iran bombs the Strait. And as this status quo sets in, oil prices remain consistently high. This threatens to create more inflation in the global economy and maybe even potentially a global recession during a midterm election year. Now, as we talked about last week, Trump really has two options here. There are two options to end this conflict. We're in effectively a stalemate. We cannot achieve our objectives, which are toppling the regime and suppressing Iran's ability to attack our allies in the Persian Gulf. It is an impossibility. The current way the war is being fought, we cannot implement regime change through air and sea power alone. We cannot suppress their firepower with air and sea power alone. Iran cannot defeat the United States, does not have the conventional or strategic capability to do this. So we can't achieve our goals. We're stuck. Iran is on defense, and they are trying to prolong the conflict as long as possible to induce as much pain to get us to leave them alone. Trump has two ways to get out of this. Number one, you achieve your objectives by escalating. If you can't win with air and sea power alone, well, the implication is you can win with ground power. So he's going to go in with an invasion force and invade Iran in some form or another, and he will use ground personnel to disable Iran's ability to fire at the Strait of Hormuz, whether that means you invade the coast or you deploy at key strategic sites and disable their drone and missile production facilities, something like that. Or it's an all-out invasion with a proxy force like the Kurds or some other ally. You foment an uprising on the ground. But that's option one. You escalate to victory and you end the war, topple the government, shut down their ability to fire on the Persian Gulf. Option two is you surrender. The United States would have to withdraw and retreat. And we would have to beg Iran for a ceasefire or beg China to induce Iran to make peace with the United States. And we leave the conflict without achieving any of our goals, without suppressing their fire, without toppling the government. We basically throw up the white flag, cry uncle, try to finesse it and bluster through it in the media, claiming victory when everybody knows we lost. And Iran is emboldened. The regime has survived. The people have rallied around it. And they immediately get to work on rebuilding.
Well, and
those are the two very bad options. Now, Trump is looking for a third way, which is a way to break the stalemate. He's trying now to get creative. We've settled into the status quo, and what he is doing is trying to ameliorate the effects of the attritional war. How? Well, he and the International Energy Association have opened up these strategic oil reserves. So Trump is trying to instill confidence in the markets and among the people by working with his other partners and supranational organizations, telling them, we're going to pay the price now, and later energy will get cheaper. He's trying to convince everybody this is worth it. It's short-term pain for a long-term gain. And in the meantime, we're going to make up for the loss in supply by dipping into our reserves. So Trump is unloading 270 million barrels of oil. Altogether, the IEA is going to unleash 400 million barrels of oil. And they're trying to find alternative sources of energy. There's talk of Saudi Arabia pushing oil through an east-west pipeline to the Red Sea. So, one, he's trying to ameliorate some of the effects with the energy market, militarily shifting some of our assets to the Middle East, potentially a third aircraft carrier. asking the Europeans for help. Allegedly, there's a French aircraft carrier situated in the Eastern Med, which might join up with us in the Arabian Sea. He's bringing a THAAD system from South Korea to the Middle East, beefing up the defenses, bolstering some of the hard power in the region, trying to alleviate the economic pain. And while we sit in the status quo, Trump is also trying to brainstorm a creative way that we haven't thought of to break the stalemate, to create more pressure. So we think that we have maximum pressure on Iran because we're bombing them heavily, we're killing their leaders, we destroyed their navy, we are totally dominating them in the war, and yet they're still able to retaliate. Yet the government has not collapsed. So Trump is looking for new tools. How do we tighten the screws? How do we make it even harder for Iran? And this is where Friday we got.
How do we make it not so hard on us? We are not in the power position. The way that Nick is putting, he's making it seem like we're in the power position. No, they have all the cards. We have nothing. We're beating on fucking a wall, a brick wall. They're on the other side laughing. We can't, I mean, basically they can twist our titty as long as they want. You know, we're at their mercy. And, you know, we're Trump, he doesn't feel like he can just end it. So that's what I mean. We're at their mercy. They have us by the balls. Either we give up our prestige by walking away, or they draw this shit out like a blade and make us pay for it.
Tasted that. On Friday, Trump bombed Karg Island, which is the energy hub of Iran. This is where all their oil is shipped to via pipeline to be loaded up onto tankers and exported. So Trump bombed this island, only the military assets there, maybe as a demonstration of force to show Iran that if they don't capitulate, Trump might go all the way and bomb their energy infrastructure. And this would be debilitating for Iran because even if we eventually withdraw from the conflict, this would leave Iran economically ruined. And it would take a long time. It might be irreparable for them, the economic damage that is done by crippling their all-important oil industry, especially after they're reeling from all these airstrikes. So maybe this is a way of signaling to Iran that it could get worse, that Trump might be tempted to not just destroy and cripple their military, but also their productive capacity as well. Other people have said maybe it's a preparation for an invasion. Bomb the military facilities on Karg Island and then get Marines or some U.S. force to go and actually seize Iran's oil infrastructure. And that way, even if we don't destroy their oil infrastructure, which might invite a retaliation, reciprocal response, by seizing control of it, we can temporarily deny them oil revenue, and that may bring them to the negotiating table. So there's some speculation that that is the play. What is certain now is that Trump is looking for a way ultimately to reopen the Strait of Hormuz by force. And this is a little bit more complicated. So the number one problem here is that with the Strait of Hormuz closed, none of these oil tankers can get out. And this is hundreds of ships, millions of barrels of oil per day. And this is causing a constrained supply of energy, which is causing the high oil prices and gas prices, and will soon cause inflation. First, it's going to be jet fuel. It's going to be diesel. Then it's going to be gas that you get at the gas station. Then that's going to have a ripple effect across the whole economy. It's going to be because transportation costs and shipping costs go up, everything's going to go up. Then it's going to be food prices because it's a lot of fertilizer that goes through the Gulf as well. And so if farmers can't get the fertilizer for cheap, well, then the food is going to get more expensive. So this is really going to have wide and far-reaching effects for the economy. In order for Trump to truly relieve the pressure on our side, his new plan is to try to rip the Strait of Hormuz open. The problem is, this seems to be almost impossible. What more can be done that we're not doing? We're bombing Iran all the time. We've bombed them thousands of times. And we're bombing their missile production facilities and their missile launch platforms. And we're bombing all of this. And yet every day, Iran launches 30 to 50 drones and missiles. And even though the numbers are dwindling, that's still a lot of projectiles going up every day.
Dirty. It was
Strait of Hormuz is very narrow.
Dirty.
if they're laying mines as well, even with some renewed effort, you're still not able to clear the strait. They still won't send U.S. warships into the strait to escort commercial vessels out because it's too dangerous, even for a warship. Even a warship won't go there because they're afraid of getting hit with a drone, a mine, a missile, which we have no ability to completely prevent. Iran still maintains the capability to hit ships in the Strait of Hormuz and the Persian Gulf, and we can't do a thing about it. So Trump's new big plan is to enlist the help of other countries.
That's not happening.
Trump says that if the closure of the strait is affecting every country, and every country is hurt by this, well, then every country should try to open up the Strait of Hormuz. So Trump is now demanding that allied nations in Europe and the Pacific should join the United States in the war, and there should be some grand coalition.
This stuff is obvious.
All these countries' navies will come together and they will sail through the strait all at once or something.
Just watching.
And there will be a joint war. It will grow from a U.S.-Israel war on Iran to a U.S.-Israel, NATO, Quad war. It's going to be Australia, Japan, South Korea, France, the U.K., Italy, Poland. In his mind, all the countries are now going to assemble and get Trump out of the jam. And so he said this weekend that we're not going to do all the fighting alone. We're not the only ones getting hurt by this. We expect every country that's affected to join our Navy and participate in a grand operation to force the strait if only.
Yeah, they didn't say no.
Every one of these countries. And now, why do you think that is? Well, in the first place, Trump has been browbeating all these countries for the past 15 months. So we're not really off to a great start there. Tariffs on all these countries, humiliating their leaders, publicly attacking them. Now he's begging them to fight our war. So already there's not a ton of interest. Secondly, this is our war. We went into this, Trump and Israel, Netanyahu and Trump, who have no allies in the world. Everybody hates them. Trump and Netanyahu made the decision, really more of a Netanyahu decision though, to go into Iran, this war that everybody knew would be a catastrophe. They did it unilaterally, not through the Security Council, not through any proper channel. They went in confidently, as the United States did in Venezuela, and they got themselves into this mess. And now that it's not going their way, now that the mighty United States and the glorious Israel, now that they are caught and stuck in this attritional war that's blowing up the global economy, now they're begging everybody that they've been browbeating for the past year and a half to come and bail them out. This is a story from the New York Times. It says, quote, as President Trump's assault on Iran enters its third week, European leaders are largely resisting his demands for help in reopening the strait. The American president also issued a not-so-veiled warning in an interview, saying it will be very bad for the future of NATO if Europeans do not join the United States in its effort to reopen the vital waterway to tankers carrying oil, gas, and fertilizer. At Monday's event, he said, I think we're going to have some good help, and I think we're going to be disappointed too. On Monday, he claimed numerous countries have told me they're on the way, noting that President Macron of France would most likely help and was an 8 out of 10. Not perfect, he said, but it's France. Several European leaders explicitly rejected the president's call to send their navies into harm's way, even as the U.S. and Israel-led war drives up the price of energy. Boris Pistorius, Germany's defense minister, said, quote, this is not our war. We did not start it.
Europe has nothing.
He said Germany wanted a diplomatic solution and said sending more warships to the region will likely not help achieve that. Earlier in the month, Mr. Macron said he supported the idea of sending French naval ships to escort tankers through the strait, although he said it could happen only after the fighting stopped. On Monday, the French Foreign Ministry posted on social media that its navy was staying in the Eastern Mediterranean, saying posture has not changed. Defensive it is. So they're not going. Keir Starmer, Prime Minister of the UK, who has been repeatedly attacked by Mr. Trump for not participating in the initial attack, reiterated this point in his news conference, saying, "Let me be clear, that won't be, and it's never been envisioned as a NATO mission." The war in Iran.
He should have.
The Italian foreign minister also downplayed expectations. An Italian missile frigate is in an allied strike group accompanying France's aircraft carrier, but so far its operations are limited to the Eastern Med. He said, quote, "We are not involved in military operations in the Strait of Hormuz." He said, "Italy never said, but neither did France. No other European country has offered to send military ships to force a passage through the Strait of Hormuz." On Monday, the Polish foreign minister said Polish leaders had also ruled out sending Polish forces into the conflict against Iran. So this is where we are.
We own it because of
Trump has plunged us into a war of choice against Iran with Israel. It is a complete catastrophe, like everybody thought it would be.
Move.
We are just getting bitched. The price of oil is skyrocketing. They closed the strait. We can't open it up.
Dude.
We didn't think they'd do it,
Double
but they
fucked.
did. We thought they could prevent them, but we couldn't. We're 3 weeks in. We're dying. We're getting refueling aircraft blown up on the tarmac. Refueling aircraft are crashing in Iraq, and Americans are dying there. Our radar systems, THAAD systems, are being targeted and blown up by Iranian missiles. We're running out of missile interceptors, which we would need in any other hypothetical future conflict. Our allies are being destroyed by this. Gulf country real estate market is down 25% because they're getting rained on every day by drones and missiles. Now Trump is in the position of begging
You can tell he's
European and
begging
Asian
too. He
countries to
really
help
needs
us,
help.
and each and every single one
We're
of
really
them
fucked,
is
pretty
flat
much.
out rejecting us in public. Poland, Germany, Italy,
Trump is a
France, the
choke
UK, Japan, Australia, every single one of them has said, this is not a NATO mission. It's not our war. We didn't start it. We don't want to get involved. If we do get involved, it won't be until the fighting stops. We want nothing to do with your war. So now we are stuck. And here you have Trump in the Oval Office every day saying, we're the most respected. We're in charge. We hold all the cards here. Threatening everybody. This is the worst disaster, I think, of the past, maybe besides COVID, since 2016. Since Trump got in the first term, this is maybe the biggest catastrophe outside of the pandemic, which is in some ways maybe unavoidable. What even is the defense anymore? What are we doing? The plan is that we're going to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. How exactly are we going to do that? We're going to send a warship into the 40-mile-long strait where there are mines, where Iran is able to target those ships with drones and missiles, which are cheap and plentiful, in which they're making all the time and highly mobile. How the hell are we going to reopen the strait? What are we possibly going to do? Trump is now begging other countries, please come and help us. They're saying no. Okay, now what? Is it even possible to lose more aura here? Is it even possible to lose more credibility as a state? Does our deterrent threat have any, is it possible to have less credibility than it did before? And you have to wonder, so if we can't pry the Strait of Hormuz open through military force, because that doesn't seem possible, if no one is going to help us, if Trump is totally unwilling to retreat or withdraw, then what is the only other option that we have on the table? Well, it's invade or it's nukes. That's it. Is Trump going to seriously try to invade the coast of Iran? Is he going to try to invade Karg Island? Is he going to try to parachute troops into the country? Is there going to be fighting on the ground? Seriously, how is this conflict going to end? Because the only other option that I see is that we are forced to end it. We are forced to withdraw. And once we withdraw, again, all this does, hardliners have succeeded the previous regime that was killed in Iran. The people support the regime more than they did before. And Iran will get right back to work rebuilding. If Israel tries to intervene or impede that, Iran will close the strait, all over again. If they don't, then it's only a matter of time before Iran builds up its capabilities to a sufficient level that it once again causes alarm in Tel Aviv, and Israel tries to bring us back into Iran again.
Well,
and this is when you realize
maybe we should just tell Israel to go fuck themselves, and Iran is staying, whether we like it or not. Whether Israel likes it or not, Iran ain't going anywhere. They need to just fucking live with it. They don't get their fucking precious little dream world of fucking greater Israel. It's not happening. Unless you're gonna go wheel and deal with the Chinamen, it ain't happening, bro. Them cards ain't on the table nowhere. Jays, come back to reality. Fucking wake up. It's not happening. Unless you're fixing to fucking nuke them and fucking shit where you eat. It's not happening.
Completely stuck. We're not stuck in this round of hostilities. We are now stuck on this escalation ladder, which we have no control over with Iran. And we've been stuck since Trump got elected. Trump got elected and it sealed our fate. It could have gone no other way because Trump was going to appoint all these neocons. He was going to be beholden to the Israeli donors, to his son-in-law, whatever. They were going to drag us into attacking Iran, which we did. And once we did that, all it did was set off a vicious cycle. It lit the fuse on a vicious cycle. I think the only way, if there is one, out of this is regime change in Israel and America. That's the only way out of this.
Yep. Just like I've been
Iran,
saying,
once we finish here, if we withdraw without toppling the government, they're going to try to build a nuclear bomb, I assume. They're going to try to rebuild their missiles and drones. We're going to be right back where we started in 6 months, unless Netanyahu is not in power and a weaker Israeli leader is in place. He'll feel the same way, but he won't be as powerful as Netanyahu. And we need regime change in the United States. We need Democrats in Congress that can shut the administration down and prevent the government from bringing us back. In a word, let's let Iran go nuclear. Let's let Iran rebuild its defenses.
They're not going anywhere.
Let's
2,500-year-old peoples. They're not going anywhere. They've seen the Romans gone. They've seen the Jews thrown out and come back. They've seen, the British, they've seen us, and they've given us all the bon voyage. Bro, let them have their fucking nuke. We're not getting rid of them. Them people have been there since the goddamn Greeks. We may as well they deserve it. They've been here they've been on Earth longer than we have, longer than the English, twice as long. To deny them a nuke, that's like denying China, one of the oldest peoples ever, a nuke. It's ridiculous. And they're not even picking fights. They don't even want to use it. They just want to be left alone.
Israel and the United States replace their leadership by a population that wants to be free, that doesn't want a war. In Israel, it's not going to happen. In America, this is what we need. And we need an American president who can give confidence to the Iranians that we are not going to annihilate them and that they don't need to pursue these kinds of weapons, because we will restrain Israel for the sake of ourselves and for the sake of regional stability.
Absolutely.
That's the only solution from day one that was ever going to work.
Yeah, the Israelis are it's tough tit.
Going all the way back to the beginning. Going all the way back to JCPOA, even the Obama years. That was the only solution. But that's that. We're going to move on. We're going to take a look at our...
If you ever think, why was Obama giving them pallets of cash? Bro, he was paying them, just to chill out. I know Israel, this little piece of shit attack dog, it makes you guys feel unsafe. But what if we just give you pallets of cash? Will that help? Iran said, hell yeah. You know why? Because we have a sweetheart deal there, and the Arabs give us pallets of cash. We just cut the Iranians in. We just let them wet their beak. That simple. This shit is gangster stuff, bro. We have a sweetheart deal with the Arabs. We run a protection racket for them, and the Iranians could fuck that up. So we cut them in. Then Trump's stupid ass comes fucking ambling along like a retard and fucking tears it up and spits in their face. Like, bro, this is the only way it was ever going to end.
Chats, we'll see what you guys have to say. Kind of like an hour and a half monologue there. We're going to move on. We'll take a look at the super chats. We'll see what you guys have to say. We got to fix the super chat app. Every night I get about half of the super chats from the previous show and all the super chats from the new show. So it doesn't really work. All right, but let's take a look. Let's see what we got here. Pretty brutal stuff. The only consolation is that we didn't vote for this, right? Don't look at me. I voted for Hitler. Don't look at me. I voted for the other guy. Mm-hmm. That is the only consolation. If you voted for this, wow. Just wow. But that's my only...
I'm a one
that's the only relief I have, is that I didn't participate in all this.
Shaver sent $500. You are actually still broke?
That's from Friday, actually. I read
Elite
that.
Slacker sent $20. Big picture, it doesn't matter. I get the show is political, but damn it, what about Catholics in Lebanon? Enjoy my money. Zafar Ancho sent $20.
Also from last week.
You are Iberian. Don't trust 23N. They were Jews. One of us. Flexed biceps emoji. You can be our next Franco.
Okay.
GE Narration Zealot sent $20. I'm broke. Archaic Hominid sent $20. Do you think we will ever have a totalitarian Catholic theocracy when America was built entirely from the Enlightenment?
Okay, guys. It's Monday. It's Monday. Like, can we please, please. Like, come on. It's Monday. We're just getting started. Like, we can't start off like this. If this is Monday, like, I'm just gonna crash out. If that's our first super chat on a Monday, you know what? We had a good run here. Holy.
And Miami Grower Pat sent $1,001.
All right, that's a little better. Thank you for the huge super chat, North Miami. I think you just saved the show. I was about one super chat away from quitting doing the show, but I think you just saved us. Thank you for the massive super chat and no message. No message. What a beautiful oasis in the desert.
And Miami Grower Pat sent $1,002. $500 per month elevated GC, please.
Thank you for the massive super chat. We might need to do something. We might need to do something like that for our real high rollers, because the $100 a month club, let's just say it could be a little bit rough in there. Could be a little bit rough sometimes. So we'll see about that. But thank you for the massive super chat. We got to start like a presidential, like an inner circle group chat. It's like you pay a ton of money and then I'm just on the phone all the time, you know? Maybe. We'll see. But thank you for the massive support. North Miami, what kind of groipet has that kind of zort? What kind of foid, what kind of femoid is working with that kind of dough?
Street sent $25.
Thank you,
Why don't you start a 24-hour news show called America First and put it on YouTube and you and your friends? Beth Murray sent $20. I have 6 daughters, but if I had a son, I would want him to be just like you. Thank you for being real.
No, you wouldn't. But I appreciate it anyway. Thank you very much. You want your son to be a normie. I get it. It's okay. I've learned to live with this. You want your son to be a football Chad, goes to college, goes to law school, and, watches TV like a normal Bob, buff pants chud, and like eats fruit for breakfast and, eats a banana while he packs his lunch and goes to the office and has normal banter with his normal guy friends, and they have poker night with the boys. They go, hey, honey, I'm going to have poker night with the boys. Is that okay? That's what you want. You don't want to freak.
Innocuous Super Chatter sent $20. Is there anything more wholesome chungus than watching some midnight black niggas enjoying some Linkin Park or Guns N' Roses? Rapist Hitler sent $100. Did you catch the gypsy fight? Thought he won 3-0 or 2-1 easy, but the chimp out from the crowd and the commentators was unbelievable. White adjacent people.
Thank you for the big super chat. No, I didn't see it. And I don't know. I thought it would be more one-sided. If it was a win by decision, I thought Gypsy Crusader would kill the guy, because Gypsy's like Paul Miller. He's a huge guy. He's like a roided out, huge guy. He's a trained fighter. Bigger reach, taller, more mass, weighs a lot more training. And so what happened? Why didn't he get a knockout? I'm a little bit surprised, honestly.
Terry A. Davis sent $50. Do you genuinely believe Iran simply was not capable of any consequential action against the U.S. during 12-day war? Or was Iran practicing restraint and attacks on goodwill and accepting the ceasefire?
They were at war with Israel for those 12 days. They were at war with Israel. If you recall, the United States entered at the very end. And Iran made a decision not to obliterate the United States or retaliate, because I'm sure they wanted the war to end as well. So you just seem to not really understand how that played out.
Max Kostelak sent $25. What's your thoughts on what Handsome Truth says about Christ? I think it's BS, but I haven't heard a strong rebuttal yet.
I think if you buy into that in any way, shape, or form, you are an idiot. And I would reflect on that.
Got Mommy Grower Pet sent $20. Hey, handsome, let me buy you a drink, or some cheese curds. Going Exploder sent $100. Dude, it's not even that deep, it's just the world is ran by an ancient and bred cult of Satan-worshipping pedophiles who are using blackmail and imaginary money to stay in power.
Oh my gosh! Why? Why is it so bad? What happened? It wasn't always this way. It wasn't always like this. Dude. Honestly, red pilling the normies was a mistake. Mark Levin, if you can hear us, please say it was a mistake. Are the Goyim okay? Seriously, the Goyim are not okay. 80% of the Goyim think Netanyahu is dead. He gives a speech. They go, he has 6 fingers. You mean he has a thumb? They go, look at the coffee. The coffee is AI.
Yeah, it's the coffee's not spilling
The
out
coffee
of the cup
is
'cause it
AI.
has foam.
Dude, the Goyim are not okay.
Stupid. I seen that shit. It's dumb. Dumb, low IQ.
Dude, it's not that deep. It's just that the world is run by an ancient cult of Satan-worshipping pedophiles. This is like coworker talk. This is like coworker ideology. This is like your chudded out coworker. This is his political ideology from Instagram Reels. Like that's a guy that got red pilled on Shorts.
It's banal.
Or more realistically on Reels. It's not that deep. It's just, dude, it's Jews. Just say Jew. And it's not Satan worshiping inbred pedophiles, blackmail, blah, blah. It's Jews, bro.
Just Jays. That's all it is.
Thanks for the big super
Jays
chat, I guess.
Kidiston Poop sent $20. My evangelical dad gets a pamphlet on who to vote for in midterms at church. Can you do the same for us sometime soon, THX?
Yes.
Coasty sent $20. Is the older woman / mommy trend a psyop to kill off the white race since they're less fertile / infertile? Also, God bless you.
Yeah, it's all a psyop, bro. Everything's a conspiracy.
I Nikki Grow I sent $20. I know. It's time to raise the hand that draws the line. The iCarly symbolism is crazy. Marcos 321 Whelan sent $20. Great show, Nick W. Been a really good week of content. Also, did you see the Paul Miller and Baltimore Grower sent $50. We must build something lasting. Not by being innovative but by remaining on the plantation. Not by being based growibers but by being Shabbaskois. Dems in the house 26. Christ is king. America first. Don't tread on me sent $20. Imagine worshipping an ancient Jew and drinking his blood and eating his flesh. Blood cult type shit. Ohio Slugger 101 sent $20. If the Goyim jumped from their confidence level to their IQ they'd break both their legs. 50 messages a day Grower sent $20. Dean Ross wants blacks and Jews to stick together against white people. Paul Miller became a white legend this weekend. Dean is an evil slimy Jew rat. Rape Dean. G36 Bubba Grower sent $30. Liberal, happy, fun, la la la, human smuggling, fentanyl deaths.
That's
forced
good.
Government euthanasia.
Liberal. That's such a good, that's an endlessly memeable clip, because isn't that so true? I find myself using that all the time. It's not even about politics, but some niggas are just liberal as niggas will be telling you stuff. It surprises you how liberal they are. Niggas are so liberal, it's crazy. And we just need like total liberal, whatever. I don't want to say anything violent, but liberalism is truly a poison and it's everywhere. So that clip is very useful these days. Like Sneeko saying, Jesus was a brown Palestinian refugee. Or like, brother, what did you just get out of a portal from 2005? You also watch The Amazing Atheist. Do you think Christopher Hitchens is really intelligent? I guess that's the opposite. I guess that's Christopher, he was a neocon, but like, that's like a new atheism, like Howard Zinn's People's History. That's like a Now This short, a Vox explainer, an Ezra Klein Vox explainer. Jesus was actually a brown Palestinian refugee, says Ezra Klein. So yeah, niggas are liberal.
No message sent $21. Harry, Dean, and Parker vindicated. It was always white dudes for Harris. Do you think they would awkwardly agree to do a get out the vote for blue collab with you for the midterms, or would Sisson still avoid you?
What do you think?
Lazy high school grower sent $25. Yo, Nick, I'm failing 3 classes cause I watch her show with an AirPod in the back. I have a scholarship to a good school though DW.
Okay.
Seamus Max Wheeling Pig sent $100. Happy St. Patty's. An Irishman John Holland did event the submarine. They also invented beer, whiskey, and the lynch mob in that order. Ireland needs an Ireland first government. Okay. We are overrun by immigrants and the woke government are all Eurocentric cucks.
All right.
Chucky our law, our day will come.
Thank you.
Odyssey 2401 sent $50. There's an organized leftist campaign to turn you into a lolcow by posting screenshots of your reactions to the worst super chats. They're also behind some of the tranny/gay super chats. Midwest Supreme sent $20. Carrie Pre-Jean Buller is why a Miglet beauty pageant girl can't be in politics. They were hoping so hard that a Catholic would go crazy on the JQ. Then Tucker calls out all men. Hyphenated name by the Scat Buchanan sent $20. I'm in the arts industry. Quite successful. I have kept my politics a secret from everyone I've worked with. You have inspired me to choose the path of virtuous subversion. Major project in the works.
Okay, we'll see.
Landlord Chat sent $25. 2026. Operation Impeach King Bear Jew. 2028. Never Bowman. Also, is Meg Kelly honorary grandma groiper of the week?
Dude, please, like,
Case sent $20.
seriously.
I love the VMs and 100 No Club. The chatting is AATP, but I'm a fan of the candid aspect of the messages you put in there. Rise off Stefano sent $20. Army Colonel retired Douglas McGregor says more than 3,350 Israeli civilian and military personnel have now been injured since start of the Iran war. Also, where is Netanyahu in Denver? Dead?
McGregor's an idiot. All these guys that are in rotation, they're just wrong about everything.
Dark X Wolf 17 sent $100.
McGregor and all, like Scott Ritter, all this, like, try being right about something. If you've been right about one fucking thing, the Israelis lost 3,300. Israel's going to collapse any day now. Oh, yeah. Tell it to the judge.
Dark X Wolf 17 sent $100. Happy St. Patrick's Day, Manig. Sorry for my bad super chats on Thursday.
Okay. Thank you for the big super chat.
GenghisKhan 2005 sent $20. Nick, why are you saying to vote for Democrats? You can Need Fuentes sent $100. Okay. Why are you always such a jerk to your wagey fans? Who do you think can afford to give you money every night on super chat? Hint, it's not the unemployed losers.
Because wages suck. Sorry. That's just true. Thank you for the big super chat. Wagey, are you a proud wagey, you loser? Hey, I'm a wagey and that's offensive. Are you like a proud wagey? We all have to wage and it sucks. This is a form of waging. Everyone has to wage and you shouldn't be proud of that. You shouldn't wear that as a badge of honor. Hey, I'm a wagey and I'm offended. Yeah, I also attack idiots. You offended about that too? You disgust me.
Jacob Cole sent $158. What do you say when older people say the Bible says to stand with Israel? Also, what do you think about Ted Cruz saying Christ is king is anti-Semitic?
I need to commit suicide as soon as possible.
Garp sent $20. Thanks for the unmatched political insight. You are the best speaker of our generation. I will pray for your prosperity, but more importantly, your safety. Stay unassassinated, please. Are too valuable to lose.
Thank
Kate
you.
Hikes 109 sent $20. Romans for Gypsy Crusader beating the Black Hoff of Supos. BB Cadaver Dog Groy % $30. Buddy's dad had a Lambo Huracan Evo in HS. After my stupid polygamous foy ex dumped me, we pulled up in front of her house and revved the fucking piss out of it till they came running outside. Then peeled off while they went back into their $250K waging home. And we were 15/16ths. Still the coolest shit I love. Nick sent $20. Hey, love the show. Have a question. How do you think we can sway opinion back to the Republican in 28 if you want an America First Republican to win? Silly Gilly sent $20. What is your stance on James Tallarico, the Democrat from Texas?
I don't know, dude. He sucks. Whatever.
Muxfim sent $100. Trump started the war so Iran would kill Bibi and bomb the Mossad data centers that hold all the blackmail videos at 7D. Trust the plan. Alim Sunshine 54 sent $100. Laura Loomer confirmed gay.
Thank you.
Alim Sunshine 50.
No, she's married.
Alim Sunshine 54 sent $100. JD Vance confirmed broke.
What? Thank you for the big super
PRL
chat,
625 sent $50. How do you feel about Greg Abbott?
He sucks.
Steelstad sent $20. My mom doesn't get offended about criticisms of Israel, but she still thinks the Jews are God's chosen people. How do I... Kick Butkowski was right sent $20. Dan Caldwell is back. We're saved. That's a real narrative on X-Kid Rock. Oscar's joke was good. Made my nip stents up.
I saw that. I loved my bit the other week where I said Dan Caldwell's going to shut down Greater Israel, then he's going to stop the storm on Saturn. That was so good, you guys. That was a great bit. I saw that. Yeah, he got rehired. Oh, boy. Yeah, he's bringing Dan Caldwell. I have, it's like Netanyahu is standing there. I have an army. What do you have? We have a Dan Caldwell. Send in the Dan Caldwell. Trump got the call. If you see Trump and the war in Iran, you know who he got the call from. It's Dan fat face, shovel face, moron Caldwell. And Kurt Mills in his leather jacket. There's only two people that could stop Greater Israel in the war in Iran. Kurt Mills in his leather jacket and Dan Caldwell with his fat, chubby face. Aha. All right, Lindsey Graham, beat it. Dan Caldwell and Kurt Mills are going to kick the door open in the Pentagon. All right, listen up. I'm here to smoke Mayflower cigars, eat masa chips, and kick neocon ass. And I just ran out of masa chips. Beat it. And Laura Loomer, Mark Levin, and Lindsey Graham are going to scurry out of there. Oh, no, I think they're serious. All right. Now, all you yellow bellies that are left, let's put America first. That's how they think it's going to go. That's how you dumbasses think it's going to work. Dan Caldwell and Kurt Mills in leather jacket, sunglasses. Dan Caldwell, fat, chubby guy with a bag of chips or something. A bag of gummy bears. All right, listen up. This is going to be a restrainer, Pentagon. Oh, okay, right. They wouldn't even fire Mike Waltz, idiot. Mike Waltz got caught working for Israel, and they wouldn't even fire him. They gave him a different job. Dan Caldwell got fired like a bitch, and they just kicked him out. Oh, now they're bringing him back. Well, hopefully he can, maybe he can make a difference. We'll see. I don't know. Call some intern that's secretly running the White House.
sent $20. The chat logo is the Star of David. 2 triangles interlocking forming a hexagon in the middle.
Oh, I never heard that before. You really honest?
Nelly Groyer sent $20. All I can spare. I have to save the rest of my monies to feed my beautiful white race children. We need more white. Joshua Cook sent $50. Nick, I'm 17. My white millennial dad banned me from watching your show because you say African American. Now they think I'm a bigot and refuse to talk with me. This was before you said to not red pill parents. Illinois-based Groyer sent $20. Hello Nick. New Groyer here. Father of 2. Anyways Nick, how do I teach my son that Israel is not our greatest ally? Lewis Hubert sent $250. New viewer. Really enjoyed your message 2 episodes ago about not stooping to the enemy's level with Violencan tactics. Everyone shut the fuck up and listen to your leader. Big salute. Gonna vote blue. Fuck the GOP.
Let's go. Thank you for the big super chat. Oh, that's a good super chat. New viewer. Hey, showing us how it's done. Thank you for the big super chat. And a good message. Very true. Vote Democrat. If you vote for a Republican, you are... What does that make you? And what does that make you?
A cock.
Okay, if Trump is doing tricks on it for Mark Levin and you have an undying loyalty for Trump, what does that make you? So we gotta vote Democrat.
Qatari Groyer sent $20. Hello Nick. Qatari Groyer here. My family lives in a mansion. So how about a visit? We can invite you for dinner. Much love. R. Shackelford sent $20. I just want to kiss my fish. Just some guy here sent $20. Just wanted to say you are gay. Here's some money. Gumble2Gumble sent $20. It must be tough getting cucked by Mark Levin. Your play is to tell people to vote Dem and then take credit for the GOP midterm loss that was coming anyway? Great plan from a dumbass Mexican Machiavelli. Poop Smearer 42 sent $20. Hey Nick, big fan of the show.
LOL.
I wanted to know what your thoughts were on DPJ.
I don't know what that
Francesco
is.
sent $150. Sometimes after a tough day, I put on the Piers interview in the background. Just to cheer me up. You have a knife problem. You have a sword problem. You have Latin. Always works. Every time.
It's so funny how like the cheapest, dumbest shit goes viral like that. Thank you for the big super chat. That's just like the lamest joke ever. Gun problem. You have a knife problem. You have Aladdin. It's like, that's so cheap. But normies just have an endless appetite for slop. Endless. They're insatiable for slop. Aladdin, I get it because they're Middle Eastern. I get that one. It's just crazy what the normies, the undiscerning normies, it will guzzle
Noisy
anything.
95 sent $20. Could it be possible for America to activate the bioweapon to resist the mass migration? Kentucky Wildcats sent $20. Grew up Southern Baptist. Watched your show and realized how much I was being lied to in the Baptist church. Thank you, Nick.
Let's go.
Groyer sent $20. Hello, Nick. Don't mind me. I just want to hear the narrator say, This dog hunts 988 sent $20. Operation Slop It Aw. Brought to you by Make America Garbage Again. He showed us that coming.
That's good.
Campaign trash truck. Damn it. Foiled again. Hence this go around. Got you honey dick big time.
That's pretty good. That was funny. Slop and awe.
Schmo210 sent $20.
That's
What's
funny.
up with the rumors everywhere that Netanyahu is dead? And Israel disproving it by releasing super obvious AI deep fakes of him? Did you see this?
They're not deep fakes. If it comes out that he has died, I will admit that's like, okay, the schizos were correct. But I think that's totally insane. I think he's alive. That's just too far-fetched. Unless that actually happens, there's no way I'm going to believe that. That's too out there for me, but who knows?
LM Knight sent $20. 51 specifically embodies the subsequent step of returning to or achieving a higher state after repentance. Quide 762 sent $20. My Slavic GF wants me to tell you she loves you. Smiley face emoji. Met love from me too, so I'd how to feel about the JKJK, but real immigrants love / agree with you, bro. Got your AF graphics on our motorcycle helmets. Lol sent $25. Tucker Carlson needs to put up or shut up. Stop invoking Christ and your faith when you won't even be bold in your faith.
Wow.
Fellow Mick sent $20. As a law student wondering how much you think lawyers should feel compelled to uphold the U.S. Const. Plus founding liberal ideals.
What?
Lol sent $20. Tucker thinks West has always been welcoming to different faiths. No, Christ is king. We need to stop damning people to hell. Surgeon General Groiper sent $20. Did you earn Mark Levin's old 7 figures gold seller job yet? You still recommending Steve Bannon, Zog, Zoa, speaker?
Delicious
TPK
seed.
Sko sent $100. I am not bound to win, but I am bound to be true. I am not bound to succeed, but I am bound to live up to what light I have. My barn having burned down, I can now see the moon. For the countless arrows, Godspeed Nick.
Okay. Thank you for the big super
Cat of
chat.
Uzale is Batty Groiper sent $20. Hey Nick, It's primary day in Illinois tomorrow. Since we are voting Democrat this year, should we get involved in the Dem primaries? They are close races and we might be able to tip the scale against IPAC candidates and kill two birds with one stone.
It's over. Illinois is over.
Ecclesialos sent $50. First chat. Grew up in a hyper-Zionist church. IDF camp visits. IDF official sermons. Makeshift Holocaust museum in the sanctuary. The indoctrination was cultish. Now deconstructing dispens. Random Sepahi sent $50. Don't ask me how I know, but months before the war a lot of senior/top Iranian officials knew about you, Galibov, and some even watch your clips. We're also using America first in our narratives.
Cool.
Haiti sent $100. The Jedi failed. They delivered the Messiah to the Sith. Writing a book series, Eternal Roma in Space. It is the Sopranos and Hannibal Barca. Peace en.
Thank you for the big
Meeplemore
super
sent $20.
chat.
Are we still in for pizza and grape soda? P.S. Do you think Netanyahu has been hanging out with Vance? Luke has sent $20. The only issue with if Kamala had won in 24, Trump would still suck all the focus until 28, likely extending his influence. Stacks 24 sent $20. Opinion on Sikh people? What do you think KBT the AI video Israel released of Netanyahu? America First 1776 sent $20. GOP deserves to lose midterms. The Democrat majority in the House and Senate can invoke articles of impeachment on Trump and Vance. If they're removed, Hakeem Jeffries will be number 48. America First wins 2028. Mr. Mugwump sent $20. What do you think of the rumors that Bibi is dead? He hasn't been to any meetings and his office is... Amore 13 sent $20. Thank you and I agree, let's turn a pack of ravening leftists on the Trump administration if that's what's necessary. I loathe this whole administration now.
Yep. That's what we want to
Top
do.
Wang sent $20.
That's
You
the
literally
goal.
just buried MAGA. Trump went full send retard maxing Levin. Crazy. Thank Upstart Crow sent $20. Lindsey Graham is my only rep option, so I was planning on voting Dem before you even said anything. Burn it down.
Let's go.
Igor, Gargoyle of Kazan sent $20. Once the third temple is built, Satan will emerge from the temple on Epstein Island and murder rape all of us. Repent. London Gigachat sent $20. When they're finished ruining Europe and America for Israel, Jews will leave and leave us here, steaming in a pile of melting pot shit, just like they believe Christ boils. We have to throw off the heavy cape of Jewish supremacy and speak the truth. Israel is our enemy and we're in an existential fight for our... Sharpish sent $20. We need to get Matt and Michael to leave the Daily Wire. I was thinking nuke their office, but that can be plan B. What do you think? Frey Puppy sent $20. Wait, so Trump is not Hitler? Tapped Out sent $25. Thoughts on the Butler assassination being staged? There's a dark video on X that draws the conclusion that Trump is Messiah Ben Joseph. Right ear being pierced in public can signify
I'm just
Jewish
going to
slavery.
become liberal. Like, I just have to become liberal at this point. I can't do it anymore. It's like I've so gone in the other direction. That, like, seriously. This is what it's become. This is what it's turned. It wasn't like this before. It really wasn't. It turned into this. And now everything's fake. Everything's a conspiracy. It's AI. The Netanyahu's a deep fake. Trump is a deep fake. Butler was fake. Charlie Kirk was fake. Venezuela was fake. Everything's the Iran is fake. Nukes are fake. It's all of it. Everything is like this now. Bro science, schizo nonsense that doesn't even make sense. 5D chess, voting Republican no matter how bad it gets. It's like I'm just so beyond that.
Elon Musk sent $20. Caroline Levitt on X. Ben Shapiro praises Trump's Iran strikes as single bravest foreign policy move of my lifetime. She actually clicked post and thought this would cook. How TF did we get here? Gregorian Chan Enjoyer sent $200. Hey Nick, I'm a girl but have been a fan since 2021. Thanks for everything you do. Stay safe. Keep it up and I pray for you often. P.S. You're really popular down here in Florida.
Well, thank you for the big super chat. I appreciate all the support. Yeah. I go to Florida and they love me.
Out Lady of Glory sent $20. Are you working out? You are looking more gigachat by the day. Christ is king.
Thanks.
God bless. Praying gesture emoji.
All right. We're back. Thank you.
Rakshaka sent $20. With Trump slobbering all over Mark Levin, it's so funny that Levin red-pilled you on a white replacement. Great show, man.
Yeah.
Robert Pierce sent $20. My normie girlfriend listening in the background said that Trump is the stripper we all thought would fall in love with us. Spartan Sardacar sent $20. Why are you obsessed with the big dog biting your ass? Are you some kind of an anti-slime mite? Slime mites are delicious and nutritious. Why are you obsessed with the fire burning down your house?
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Lee Morty sent $20. What's your opinion Obama administration?
Whoa, what's your opinion Obama administration? Are you kidding me, bro? Couldn't even. What's your opinion Obama administration? It was overall bad.
And he sent $300.
Okay. Thank you for the big super chat. Whoa, what is with the girls? It's girls, dude. They're trying to get me. What is with the Foyds backing up the truck full of money tonight?
Well, I hate this shit cut off. I must have just finished. Anyway, actually, I wanted to do a stream tomorrow. I'll probably do one about some things I wanted to touch on, feudalism and the like. Probably like earlier in the day, probably like I did today. And then the normal shows. I think I'm going to be doing extra shows throughout the week. But I hope you guys enjoyed the show, enjoyed the rant pre-show. If you didn't catch that, and maybe you were a little bit lost while Nick was doing his monologue, go back and check it out. It was a really good rant. And also my video from earlier today.